Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the VIS League. Here, bringing you guys the Summer Challengers Split number 2 for Vainglory. We've got an exciting group of matches here for today as we go right into the end of group stages here with Group B, looking to kick things off with some big matches. Lots are on the line and a lot of implication as teams fight for that playoff round. I'm here joined tonight by Tasty Bacon, and for the first time ever, La Tigress, as she joins, jumping on the Vainglory caster trip here with me and Tasty. La Tigress, welcome to the stream.
Thank you very much. I'm super excited to be here.
Yeah, so it's awesome to have you, and we are excited to get into these matches. We want to talk a lot about them, but before we do, let's talk a little bit about how we got to where we are so far as we end group stages. We had an exciting week 1. Let's see how it all transpired in this quick highlight clip.
Hello and welcome to the VIS Challengers Recap. It's a new split, and that means a reset of the Challenger Series, where 32 teams will be looking to battle it out for the top spot. Unfortunately, there's no Vainglory 8 spot on the line this split, but that doesn't mean there's nothing to fight for, as the top team from the VIS Challengers will earn a trip to the Unified Live Championship to fight in the Challenger Cup against the best VGL Challengers team from Europe. Week 1 is always an important set of matches, especially for the top-seeded teams, as they will be looking to rebound from their unsuccessful Challenge Battles matchups. Echo Fox was the number 1 seed coming into the week, having finished just outside of the Vainglory 8 in those Challenge Battles. They showcased why they deserve that seeding as well, as they made quick work of their first 2 opponents, the Last Rangers and the 17th seeded Unity. With Yazoo returning to the starting lineup, the team didn't miss a beat, and it was business as usual as they cruised into the 3rd round with back-to-back 2-0 victories.
This is likely to be game Kraken still working on these turrets. Vegeta will fall to Salada. We're going to try and get onto the Sanctuary. Doesn't want to walk into the portal, and that's going to be their death. An ace for Echo.
Another team that was looking to rebound after a very underwhelming challenge battles was Tribe Gaming. Without picking up a single win against the bottom 3 Vainglory 8 teams, there were questions about the mentality of this team, their synergy, and their drive to perform coming into this split of challengers. The team looked to be in much better spirits than we last saw them, as they handled both Team TAS and Autumn Leaf rather cleanly, with Mixi, Status, and E36 all performing well. Tribe Gaming cannot afford to get complacent, however, as those were teams that they were expected to outperform. Their first real test will come next week when they face up against the 6th seed Nova Challengers, who looked like a dominant force in their first couple of matches.
BlueStack's doing a good job using the Shatter Glass to push the advantage of the enemy not having much crystal defense yet. But as the game goes on, that's going to change very rapidly. And man, this fight's breaking out super quick.
Big fight, the big knock-up stun from Tribe, and that's going to be the first kill onto Timbo. BlueStacks will get stunned up from a from hill.
While Echo Fox and Tribe Gaming made it into the 3rd round of the winner's bracket with ease, the same cannot be said for the number 2 seed NRG. While many had this squad as one of the teams that would remain in the Vainglory 8, they have recently begun to struggle much more than anticipated. With a starting lineup that is suddenly in flux, NRG made use of their entire roster and are even now looking to add to that roster. There will be lots of questions for this team going forward, as while they do remain in the winner's bracket, it required the full 3-game set in each of their first 2 series. With only 8 teams left in the winner's bracket, the competition is only going to ramp up even further, and NRG will have to step up in a big way if they want to represent North America in the Challengers Cup.
He there didn't even care if he found damage onto the enemy. He was chunking out the turret so heavily, and man, Juan caught super far in, takes the portal. Oh man,
Juan just got caught 1v3, found a kill, stayed alive.
Week 1 was an overall successful week for the top-seeded teams, with one very notable exception. Misfits, seeded 4th overall, were defeated in their 2nd round matchup by the 13th seed Tilt Rehab, and will now have to fight their way through the elimination bracket. Another notable performance was Vision Gaming, seeded 5th, as they also looked incredibly dominant in their first rounds of play, and could be a contender as we head closer to the playoffs.
Welcome back, everybody. That was the quick highlight reel of last week, week number 1 here, group phase stages, and we're getting into the second week. Group A actually concluded yesterday with some pretty big surprises, and we'll talk a little bit about that more into the stream. But let's talk about where we are right now, guys, as we are getting into group number B, like we said, and we have a lot of exciting matches to get into. Tasty, starting off first, Energy versus Ardent. That's going to be a lot of fireworks, especially because we have some roster changes that we're going to talk about there. And then our second match to be streamed today, Tribe Gaming versus Nova Challengers. Nova Challengers a 6 seed, Tasty, but man, do they look like one of the star teams coming into this season.
Oh, absolutely. They've been playing incredibly well, really just kind of rolling through their opponents up to this point, but now going up against Tribe, that's going to be a marquee matchup for sure. A lot of very familiar names within the Vainglory scene.
Absolutely. Let's talk a little bit, though, about the matchup specifically that we're going to stream first here. Energy versus Ardent. And probably the biggest shocker here is that Lightning T no longer on this roster. Now, week 1, you know, they had when they had their full starting lineup, they looked really strong, Tasty. But, you know, when they put in some subs, there was definitely some growing pains, some struggles. This is interesting to see if this is Energy is going to be anything close to what they were with the dominant play of Lightning T.
Yeah, Lightning T has been just a really strong point for this team in the last couple of weeks of the Vainglory 8, who's really kind of stepped into his own, but not sure what exactly has happened with this team that Lightning T is no longer on the roster, but obviously they're going to be moving on without him and picking up Silly Smurf to add Trinomial to add to this roster. We'll see. Obviously, the starters this week are going to be Silly Smurf, Juan Hernandez, and Bradley. But with Silly Smurf stepping in, obviously another very talented player, but how well is this team going to work with a new player that you may not have the same level of synergy with? And obviously, Lightning T is such an amazing talent. Will they be able to survive without him?
Yeah, really great question, and we're going to have to find out exactly how this new roster is going to shape up and how are they going to look as we get into the draft here in just a second, because, you know, typically he's been the staple part of this team and their performance. When they play well, it's really centered around his performance a lot of the times, so we're going to find out. We're not going to have to wait too long, though, guys, as we are jumping into draft for game number 1 right now. Let's jump right in and let's see what we got. First ban off the board. Of course, Energy taking away Grace. Not really a big surprise there.
Yeah, no, Grace, Baron, Lyra, Vox, kind of all these sort of typical first bans. Any one of those 4 you sort of expect to see in this first ban rotation. Lyra is being contemplated currently by Ardent. Of course, this is the single ban format. The final day of single ban before we get into the playoffs where the double ban will be implemented, but they might be switching things up here. They're looking to take this Baptiste off the board, or they're just not going to ban. That works too. I guess if you want to leave power picks open, that's one great way to do so. But definitely looked like maybe a little bit of indecision from Ardent, leaving them without a ban selection.
Ooh, yeah, as looks like maybe might have been a player issue as unable to select that ban name. We're going to see if we can get this restarted here in just a second. Let me just check in. Because one of the players may have disconnected there during the draft, unfortunately. But we'll be able to get back into it in just a second. Now, I think, Tasty, when we restarted, I'm trying to think if they're actually even allowed a ban.
I mean, it fully depends on if it was a client issue that knocked me out, but because we got knocked out of the draft after the ban should have gone through, so I feel like it is just a no ban. It's not if it was a client issue, they would have been knocked out before the ban had to be locked in. I would assume so. That's usually how the disconnects work. So I would assume that they aren't going to be given that ban because they just ran out of time on trying to select it.
Yeah, so we are going to jump back into the draft. They're aware of that. So as we get back into this matchup, I think that they know that that's what's going to happen. Let's jump back into it, guys, as we get into game number 1 here in this best of 3. So Grace ban, like we talked about, it's going to be a no ban. for the side of Arden, unfortunately. As, you know, it might have been a technical issue, but like you said, Tasty, you know, we didn't have anything happen on the client side. So they are stuck with that. This does leave a lot of heroes, but, you know, sometimes, Tasty, having too many choices can be bad, right? Because now you're like, oh, I mean, there's so many strong picks on the board. There's Baron, there's Lyra, which is definitely the best support to pick in this circumstance. But Arden's going to be able to pick up... Ooh. Oh. We have another issue here. Jump back out here.
Not sure what caused that one, but everyone seems to still be in the lobby, so that one was definitely a bit strange, but hopefully we can get everything taken care of. I do just want to make a side note while we wait to get back on in there. I have actually been informed that the reasoning why Lightning T is not in the roster, it was no animosity. He hasn't quit the team. He's actually just on him and his family are on a holiday in Europe for the next 2 weeks. So he is unfortunately not going to be able to play in the Challengers as a result of not being in North America. You know, trying to play on the North American servers while in Europe. I have done it before. It is not a very pleasant experience. So I do not blame them for wanting to get a sub for this time period while he's going to be unavailable.
Yeah, so we are going to have to get this draft restarted one more time. I'm actually wondering, Tasty, if having the no draft is causing an issue itself. If it
shouldn't. There's no like negative impact to not banning a hero. I've seen it happen plenty of times.
As well, so I'm not sure, but you know, teams are saying they don't know what happened. We'll have to wait and see as we get through this again. The only downside is that, of course, we have to wait for that no ban to get
a 30-second no ban. We should have them talk and figure out a pick that they have literally no intention of playing, and just have them use that as the decoy.
If it
happens
again, yeah, absolutely. All right, let's jump into the draft again, guys. As we're looking to get through, there it is, Grace and the no ban here, and we're looking at Lyra's going to be the pickup. Catherine is what they go for. All right, it looks like it's working now. So.
Third time's the charm, Dragon.
Absolutely.
Time's the charm.
Absolutely. Catherine Baptiste. Now, Catherine has really risen to priority for support side, Tasty. We've even seen it prioritized on A side. That's, you know, that's really just a huge testament to the fact that getting this stun, kind of being like just the silent stun combo with the Echo, which has really risen to popularity. Huge priority, but wow, look how fast this draft's going.
Yeah, the Vox gets picked up there by Energy. That was almost forced onto them because of the Catherine Baptiste. You do not want to let a team get Catherine Baptiste Vox. That is the full 3-man combo that they're looking for. Still having Catherine Baptiste is very strong, but I really like the Sky pickup from NRG because we've seen in Europe, actually just earlier today, it was a Sky that was able to completely shut down this combo and was able to make it work into the Catherine Baptiste. So the Sky pickup can be very strong if it wins out early on in the jungle, but it's going to be all about the early game. And for Energy, they have to win early, otherwise this is going to be very much a struggle.
Yeah, Vox in the lane against Idris. We see these two weapon carries going head-to-head quite a bit. Idris really also becoming one of those powerful picks in the lane. I'm going to be kicking it over, though, to our casters, Tasty Bacon and La Tigress, to get us into this match. Guys, take it away.
Thank you so much, Dragonborn. I am happy to be here with Tasty Bacon as we do get into this game. Energy on the blue side, and we do have their opponents over on the red side. Tasty Bacon, how you feeling going into this?
Well, like I said, if the early game can be won by Silly Smurf and NRG, then I feel like they will be able to snowball it out of control and keep this massive combo from the Catherine and Baptiste from coming online and being a devastating force that we've seen it be. But if they don't win this early game and win it decisively, then Ardent should be able to take this one, just because between the Fearsome Shade and the Blast Tremors coming out, it's so difficult to really get anything off.
As we do see, there's a bit of a skirmish going over in the jungle. Bradley facing off against Scar. One interesting thing, too, to look out for if we do see Vox potentially getting one of those cheaper builds online for some earlier damage, could help with a potential snowball there.
Yeah, and Vox, the typical build for him is going to be the Poison Shiv into a Tension Bow, into a Breaking Point. It is a very cheap build, a very gold-efficient itemization path. So definitely plays into that early game focus, as
Silly Smurf, along with Bradley, they're going to go ahead, take down the Ancient Treant. That's a little bit of extra gold for them. Obviously not going to be a massive impact, but it's enough to, if you keep finding, if you can take the Ancient Treant 3 to 4 times before it gets replaced by the jungle shop, you can actually build up a nice lead for yourself in the jungle.
Juan Hernandez, of course, having the early back to go ahead and start getting some items online with some clustering over in the jungle on the side of Energy. Seems like there's a little bit of kind of some backing off here. No one really making any particularly aggressive plays, in turn just trying to keep control of their own jungles with some early warding.
And so that early scout traps obviously can go a long way towards trying to spot out any rotations, any aggressive moves, because obviously, again, I'm actually surprised that Energy have not been trying to make more aggressive moves into the jungle of Ardent, just because of how strong Sky can be in the early goings. Already has that heavy prism. Obviously going to rotate down, take the Ancient Treant once more. No contest from the side of Ardent, as they're just on a very different rotation timing than what the members of NRG are currently on. So a potential gank opportunity for them up onto Scar. Scar's playing pretty far back. It'll be difficult to get really any damage in.
Yep, no one really seems to want to get their hair messy just yet. Some damage going on to Maurice the Beast over there, with Silly Smurf getting that poke off though. But, you know, with that nice hugging of the tower, there's not going to be any particular guarantee of a closeout on any deaths early on. So pretty safe gameplay on both ends. As you said, the rotation's just in opposite manners.
All right, so no one's really going to be finding each other here in the first few minutes of the game, just because those alternating rotations, everyone kind of moves up to the lane for the side of NRG. Once they decide to back off, that's when Ardent makes their way up to the lane, as they're not going to be finding anything for their troubles. Lane's going to get pushed in. That's going to force Juan to miss just 1 CS, so he's going to be pretty happy about that. Although he misses out on the big minion as well. Always unfortunate. But Silly Smurf, Silly Smurf takes the 3rd Ancient Treant of the game right before it gets replaced by the jungle shop. So Silly Smurf's got a nice little gold lead, and coming down into the 4-minute mark where the jungle intensifies, and this forward barrage is going to start really hurting.
Yeah, so that was a really nice decision, it seems, from NRG, noticing that there wasn't a lot of aggression from their opponents. So you get to go ahead and get that jungle online early, take advantage of things before they end up disappearing. So you can try to intensify that gold lead. Currently only 500 gold, but in the early game can really set you up for an advantage.
First tier 3 items coming out for NRG. Both Silly Smurf and Juan Hernandez and Bradley actually also finishing off the Fountain of Renewal a little bit earlier. So the 2 carries getting their tier 3s, though, that's what's really important. Silly Smurf having that Frostburn, going to be able to apply a slow now. Whenever he gets onto a target, it's going to make it that much more difficult for him to get away from the forward barrage, or if they're the ones trying to engage, as Zen Master Blue was likely to be on this Batiste, very short range, has to kind of get up in your face. Silly Smurf is going to be able to slow him up the entire time that happens. And here they go, looking to make an impression.
Yep, Juan Hernandez going ahead and getting that damage off the barrage, hitting over on Scar with the damage coming down from the sky. Not enough to close it, but enough to keep Ardent on their back foot over here. Brought from the sideline once more, but some healing coming out of Juan Hernandez as well. Maurice still taking a lot of damage, having to be really careful to not step into that bush for his demise.
And with the Lyra, NRG are able to sustain so heavily. All it takes, if they get poked out a little bit, it's just a sigil goes down and they heal right on back up. Whereas the members of Ardent, they're going to be relying on just built-in lifesteal. There's obviously built-in sustain for Zen Master Blue on this Batiste. Scar will be looking for a little bit of lifesteal later. They're going to get Maurice low, but not low enough to find the kill. They don't want to go diving underneath the turret. And so still no kills as we hit the 6-minute mark. But NRG is the one that's starting to make a couple of aggressive plays and look for these opportunities.
Yeah, it does force the backs, but I'm sure on the other hand, Maurice is saying, you know what, I wanted to go shop anyway, so it's fine, it's fine. But still, you got to send that message early on, and even though there aren't any kills down on the docket just yet, a little bit of poke here, a little bit of poke there. You start trying to really control the movement of your opponent, and that's where you get those small, if anything, psychological leads, as the members of Ardent do a little bit of warding in this jungle, trying to have some clear and a bit of control.
With a big engagement here up in the lane, that's going to be a nice death from above. Not going to be enough for a kill just yet. Will NRG stick around? Obviously, they still have the healing. Both sides still have a fountain available. Bradley's just going to heal them right on up. Now they can really look to siege.
Ooh, yep, hopping on in. Juan Hernandez sitting on the back foot, having to escape over there as Bradley is applying the damage. The barrage coming from the sidelines onto Scar. Just one hit away from death, and the first blood does go over to Ardent over here, as we do see the death coming onto Vox. An early death, not so much, but it was about time for something to happen.
And Juan Hernandez went a little too aggressive, took a couple of turret shots in that trade and ended up being his demise. I think NRG just had to be a little bit more patient. They have so much poke with Silly Smurf having the Frostburn already. And Zenmaster Blue was able to dish out some good damage in return, but they could have really tried to punish members of Ardent a bit more, I think, before committing for that all-in fight. And Juan Hernandez ends up paying for it. First blood bonus goes the way of Ardent, though they are still trailing in gold. It's not a significant gold lead. It's only about 600 or so, but it is still a lead, and that's that first blood definitely helps out.
Yep, and when you think about the range that's permitted through things like forward barrage and death from above, where even when you're kind of toke there in the lane, it does allow you to really add that pressure, but none of that matters if, you know, Vox ends up forward a little too much, where you get a little bit comfortable, everyone's getting a little restless, and that ended up being the first blood on the side of NRG when it looked like it might have been the opposite.
Some Poison Shiv comes out for Juan, and Scar as his second item as well. With the Divergent Paths unlocked earlier with the Sorrow Blade, is able to just blink around these fights. It makes this Idris very, very strong, very difficult to lock down. You can just jump right over Death from Above or like as they're going in again.
Looks like the fight is beginning once more. NRG putting damage onto Maurice the Beast, having to back up towards the turret again. A little bit of standing off over here in the mid lane. That barrage doing such nice poke onto Baptiste over there, who doesn't have as much range currently.
They're just going to be looking to siege up on this turret, try and get some chip damage down. They really want to, seems to focus on the objective taking for NRG. If they can get this first turret down, it's going to be a nice little burst of gold for them. And that's all that they're looking to focus on. They're spending a lot of time here. It is forcing Ardent to have to stay here as well. You can see Zenmaster extremely low. There is fountains available. And Silly Smurf kind of seems debating between if he wants to stick around or steal away this jungle.
Yep, stun over onto Hernandez, but the block does go down. A kill onto Vox, though, once more falling to his demise as Ardent rotates over into the jungle towards the gold miner here to try and take advantage of this lead, but they're getting blocked off by Silly Smurf with the damage coming down from above. Bradley taking some damage as well. A little bit of chase through back into the lane, having to skip away, but get that last poke. Is Maurice the Beast gonna go down? Another hero killed. Impressive over on the side of Ardent here. This time, it was Bradley that met his fate.
Yeah, Silly Smurf did manage to pick up the kill onto Maurice the Beast, but at what cost? As it's 3-1 now in favor of Ardent. We mentioned this early game had to go the way of NRG, and it has not thus far. And they're just, oh my goodness, blowing up Juan Hernandez in the lane. There's no chance for him to get away from Scar. Scar is just really coming into his own on this Idris. Early infusion as well was picked up for Scar, so this damage is just through the roof against these targets that don't really have any defense.
An equal trade over there in the lane, so things are getting a little more bloody. But as you said, you know, NRG, they really wanted to try and get those objectives early on, especially because with things like Bad Mojo can get really out of control. And if you can go ahead and have that map pressure, then you don't have to worry as much about that when you have your own objectives to kind of scuttle under. Unfortunately, it didn't go quite their way, though. Gold fairly tied up here.
The gold is still fairly even. It's actually a slight gold lead for NRG now, despite still trailing in the kills. They've been able to farm up a little bit more efficiently than their opponents. Just don't really have anything to show for it. And Scar gonna jump on in, just clearing out these minions. His teammates are coming up though.
Yes, indeed. So Scar is going to have to hug that tower or the turret over there, but Bradley and all of his buddies are kind of really staying in this bush on the sideline, making sure that it's clear of any traps or flares so that they can just keep on poking out as they do try and get more damage onto the turret, but not enough, as we do see the mortal wounds going onto the Catherine, going ahead and popping that to back off and deflect some of that damage, with Sky getting that barrage on the sideline, but taking a lot of damage herself, having to back up. Silly Smurf standing behind all of the friends here, with Baptiste getting a little bit aggressive, but not quite getting anything other than a little bit of bad mojo onto them. So it looks like a bit of separation right here in the middle of the lane.
Yeah, big ultimates used on the side of Ardent, as both the Blast Tremor and the Fearsome Shade were used. Blast Tremor got blocked excellently by Bradley with the Crucible, and the Fearsome Shade did connect. I like what Bradley's doing, though. Bradley has a Crucible and is already built into another Reflex block, because, again, the problem with this composition, with going against this composition, is how much there is that you want to be able to block. There's the Blast Tremor, the Fearsome Shade. I assume Maurice is going to go towards an Echo at some point, so he'll have that double Blast Tremor available. It becomes so difficult because there's so many things you need to block, but Scar's found a target.
Yep, Lyra caught out of position just a little bit over there, but luckily is able to back off towards a teammate soon enough. Obviously, Ardent is trying to do a good job over here of keeping vision on the opponents, which has allowed their easy rotation into their own jungle, but we kind of find ourselves in this position time and time again, where all three members of both teams, they're really wanting to push these waves, try and get that first turret down, but it's been a little bit of a stalemate.
13.5 minutes in to not really even have much damage on either of these turrets is a little bit unusual, as neither team has been able to get that real good push going. Each side has been such a good job of isolating their defenses and being able to just deal with the siege attempts. That was going to be Juan Hernandez going extremely low, and Ardent, they may look to make a move because they have so much burst in their back pockets now.
Yep, hopping onto Bradley, forced to use the ultimate to get off to safety, as there is finally some aggressive positioning coming out of Ardent as well, with Sky over here on the sideline trying to get them to back off, but such nice sustain coming through on the side of Ardent.
With the Poison Shiv, Tension Bow, Sorrow Blade, this is pretty much going to be full items for offense. Bradley,
no! Bradley, you're taking so much damage. Blocked over there for the final blow, and then going ahead and getting that healing, as well as one member does go down. Maurice the Beast has fallen. The Beast has been slain, as Scar goes ahead and gets scarred himself, with the members of Energy feeling a bit better about that trade than they have in some of the past skirmishes.
Yeah, Silly Smurf finished off that broken myth, and it is a massive power spike for Sky. You saw the damage that was able to come out. Once those breaking point stacks build up, Sky is able to tear through the opposition. Is going to secure that treant after they grab that first turret. 15 minutes in before we see our first turret fall, and Kraken is already on the map. And the tier 1 turret has just gone down. That's going to be a nice little lead for the side of NRG. Pick up about a 2k gold lead or so. See if they can continue to build upon this, as they're going to be getting their jungle cleared out. Silly Smurf obviously needs to take the treant, get a little bit of health and energy back. Actually, it's just going to be recalling anyway, so a little curious that they actually held the minion for him. And he's going to go ahead and get the Eve of Harvest. So 3 offensive items for both Silly Smurf and Juan Hernandez. NRG, they are pretty much fully online and ready to fight. I'm very intrigued by Scar's build path, though. He has 3 offensive items. That's typically all you see for an Idris, but he is actually going to go for a 4th item, looking for a bit of crit. Typically, an Idris is going to go for a bit of defense because he has to be in the melee. He has to be on the front lines, and you need a little bit of defense to be able to deal with the output of Juan and Silly Smurf.
So he's going to be going for a very risky build path by just foregoing all of that defense and just sticking to a 4 offensive item build.
Yeah, and that means that there's really going to be a dependence on Maurice DeBeast for that peel, because if you're going to go ahead and build more aggressively, then you need to put yourself in the prime position to actually take advantage of that situation and the fact that you're backing away from those defenses a little bit. But as you said before, Energy is ready to brawl, man. They just want to get into it. That first turret was so hard earned. We do see the damage going on as Hernandez is melted down. There is all the attacks going down, but not in the way that Energy has wanted, as Lyra is forced to use the ultimate to get out of that as well, leaving the friend behind, but luckily able to use that teleport as well. Silly Smurf, though, it's not enough. The ace coming out of Ardent, as they are going to be able to go ahead and rotate straight over to the Kraken.
And that is why this composition is so feared. The massive combo, the CC train of a Fearsome Shade with a Blast Tremor. There's just not much you can really do against that. There's too much to block. Scar is going to take down that first turret. Kraken is unleashed and will begin making her way down the lane for the side of Ardent. And we'll see how much work they can get done with this push. Obviously want to try and get 2 turrets off of it if possible. Although Silly Smurf and Juan Hernandez are going to be able to take Kraken down relatively quickly. And it's just going to be how much Ardent is going to try and pressure them to prevent the damage from going onto this siege tool.
Yep, Energy is forced into a very defensive mode right here, as they are going to potentially get engaged on with that turret going down, though Maurice potentially looking to swing around the side, but luckily for them, they're able to use their Kraken kind of as a shield here, but Silly Smurf still getting some nice poke onto them as well. But it's really hard to defend your turret over at this choke point when you just have so much damming coming potentially right at you, as it is about to go down right now.
2 turrets taken. Ardent is going to be backing off with how low Kraken was getting. They don't want to stick around. Smart decision. So often we see teams stick around much longer than necessary when pushing with a Kraken. 2 lane turrets taken means it's 600 gold each for the side of Ardent to the 500 that Energy get for taking Kraken down. So definitely coming out on top in terms of both the gold income and the massive amounts of map pressure that taking out the choke point turret does for your team. Ardent, you got to figure with this game now approaching the 20-minute mark, they are fully in control, but there is still opportunities. The game is not over. Energy can still find a fight. It's just going to be a matter of blocking out these big ultimates that are going to come down from the side of Ardent.
Yeah, as much of a wind as it was for this game to really gain its momentum, there is a chance for Energy to prolong it in that same exact manner and get the fight that they're looking for, because Ardent relied so heavily on standing behind the Kraken in that fight, right? Which was obviously the right thing to do. But if Energy can try and get some prime positioning to go ahead and lock down on potentially burning down 1 target at a time, it seems like in some of those fights there is a little bit of misfocus that makes it really difficult for you to get Ardent off of your back if you're not all focusing on the same thing.
All right, so Ardent now have the opportunity to get this wave pushed up. They've got pretty much solid vision control in the jungle. They will know if the members of Energy try and get towards the middle of the map. And that's really all you can ask for. Some aggressive vision would be excellent, but that's just kind of having a little bit of gravy on top, because it's if you have vision control of just the middle portion of the map and your own side of the jungle, you can make pretty educated guesses as to where your opponents are. You don't need to be making aggressive moves into their side of the map. With Kraken respawning, Ardent can just start to position themselves and look for another fight. 1 more team fight win is all that they need to take game number 1 of this best of 3.
Yeah, both teams are kind of peeking around the middle of the jungle. The question will be who's going to actually make that engage first. And we did see after taking that first Kraken that Ardent did a decent job of attempting to get that aggressive vision, because both were going so back and forth for so long and where they were going to get that vision control. But of course, Energy knew that that's what was going to be the response after, and was able to clear that jungle vision quite effectively. So now we're kind of at this reset over here. A second Kraken online, and it's like, what you gonna do, buddy? What you gonna do? As Silly Smurf is taking some damage, throwing out the flares to try and set some up here.
Yeah, they want to find an opportunity, but Ardent, they're going to be content to just rotate around, push up this lane a bit, try and draw the members of Energy away. Scar is staying hidden in this brush, but he's going to get spotted as he moves forward. That minion hadn't gone down. Flare comes out from Energy to spot them regardless. Now this could be, the fight could break out at any moment with both teams positioning here around the crack pit, kind of dancing around, keeping the wave pushed up away from their own side of the fold. A little bit of damage going to go out from that shock roam, but not going to be enough to initiate a fight. At some point, one of these teams is going to have to pull the trigger, and it looks like Ardent, they can start up this Kraken. They know that they're ahead, so they're going to start this Kraken, and if the members of NRG want to contest, that's when the fight is going to happen.
We knew a move was going to be made, but, you know, a Kraken trying to start that is one way to make that move. Going ahead and forcing Energy to engage in a fight, as we do see the stun over onto Lyra, the damage raining down from the skies. A hero does go down as Bradley is eliminated. The remaining members of Energy forced to go ahead and retreat to their jungle, and in response, Arden going ahead and clearing that wave. So potentially those minions can do some of the work for them as they attempt to capture the second Kraken of the game.
Silly Smurf and Juan definitely going to be able to try and contest this. They're going to get spotted out as they come in, but are they going to go for the steal? Here we go. This is going to be a steal attempt on the Kraken, or no, they're just going to turn and fight.
No, Scar went ahead and punished Silly Smurf for that, advancing as Juan Hernandez goes down as well, and the Kraken is unleashed. So Energy, pretty bold of them to try and get a little bit of that sniper steal, but because of that aggression that we noticed with Idris, where Scar was really trying to pick that role of, okay, yeah, mainly in a lot of cases I would be a bit more defensive, but in this case I'm just gonna hop on and do the job that needs to be done. Bradley trying to defend these turrets, but it's really difficult to do with first game going over in the favor of Ardent.
Really heads up play by Ardent to recognize that they knew they were going to try and make that steal happen, and instead of just letting it come down to a 50-50 on who gets the last hit on Kraken, they just immediately pulled the trigger, engaged onto Juan and Silly Smurf, and just blew them up. The massive amounts of damage from a Baptiste and an Idris. Baptiste was empowered at the time as well, so they were just able to nuke their targets, finish off the Kraken. They didn't even need it. Kraken didn't even get to the Vein Crystal before it was destroyed. Excellent job by Ardent, just weathering the early game pressure that Energy tried to put out and letting this composition come online and hit its power spikes.
Yeah, it really does seem to be quite the waiting game. Who's going to make the first move and who's going to make it effectively?
Yeah, that's just so you guys, as I jump in here, knows, like, this was a pretty impressive showing for Ardent because of that decision making, their ability to, like, just, you know, they were starting Kraken, but they always were ready to engage on the fight. And of course, Bradley got caught out there. That was huge turn in the events. You know, at that point they were even in gold. NRG could have gotten back into that fight, but you mentioned it at the beginning of the game, Tasty, that the Vox Lyra Sky combo, this composition built more for the early game, was going to have much trouble into the Baptiste as we got later and later, as well into the Idris. And we started to see that really take place in the minute leading up to that Kraken engagement, as well as that fight where Bradley went down. So great job to Ardent. Pretty strong showing in this first game. Keep in mind though, this is a best of 3. We've got game 2 coming up here in just a few minutes, as these two teams got another chance to go head to head and see who comes out on top. Worth noting as well that we're in the winners bracket still, so losing here doesn't knock you out of the challengers, guys, but it does mean that you're going to be facing through the elimination round. It's going to be a lot harder to do, so you never want to be in that position. Ardent definitely off to a strong showing real quick. We're going to take a quick break, everybody, but when we come back, game 2 will be started, so don't go anywhere after this.
Only $14.99.
Don't miss the call. Download Band. Communication made easy.
Hey, welcome back everybody. We are getting ready for game number 2. Sorry for that short break. Had to get some things sorted out real quickly as we get into this. And of course, game number 2 will be starting real quick. Just a quick introduction just for the desk and breaking down the drafts with me. I'm going to give Tasty a little bit of breather. Denamine and we're going to handle all drafting and stuff so that way it's pretty seamless for you guys. So Dave, welcome back.
No problem. Thank you for having me.
All right. So, did you watch the game, by the way? I mean, I don't know. I know you're jumping on right now, but
I've absolutely been watching the game, and man, let me tell you, that composition that Ardent had put together for them was absolutely devastating. We know the pain that Baptiste and Catherine can bring,
exactly.
And just pairing it up with the Idris was just
it looks good.
Too much for NRG, though.
Yeah, and we have seen, and a lot of people said, "Oh, don't pair it with the Vox," but Idris and Vox are really kind of becoming interchangeable in how they build. And how you can play them, and they're different play styles, but they offer very similar power strengths. So I'm just waiting to see if we should be ready to go. I'm taking a look at the teams. But we're going to be getting into draft for game number 2. Again, sorry for the delay, everybody. But looks like we should be ready to go now as we jump right into this matchup here in just a few seconds. So that was a powerful comp. I think that, you know, we actually, there's a real possibility we could see the Baptiste banned. For some reason, you guys get a black screen? Yeah, yep. I'll just restart. All right, there, it's fixed. So we're jumping into draft now for game number 2, everybody. Just had to make sure we got that all sorted out and fixed. Ardent, though, coming in here with the big first game win. That's a big deal, man. And as it puts a lot of pressure on NRG now into this draft, because the margin for error was already small with that first composition. They need to give themselves something that they can play throughout the whole game that scales better and it has some late game threat. And with the Baron gone, you have to imagine now Ardent, they may do the same thing that we saw NRG do with the Lyra first pick, or they may go something a little bit different, because I feel like Lyra puts you in a bind where you're giving up 2 very, very strong picks on B side, and you really want to take one of those away with your pick.
Yeah, I almost feel like Catherine is really in a strong spot right now to be picked up first, and it does look like that's what Ardent is leaning for. Again, the resurgence of Echo is absolutely huge. Just there's really so much you have to block, and the Catherine silence is already a hard ability to block for a lot of captains up until you get to that really, you know, elite set here towards the top. NRG obviously not wanting to give that Baptiste over with the Catherine, just so much crowd control, and you know, you can't build enough defense to really survive against that comp, so they pick up the Baptiste, which is a strong flex, can be run in the jungle, can be run as the captain, and picking up the Vox here for Juan Hernandez too will be absolutely huge. So Ardent's leaning a little bit here on the Idris. We saw it work with some pretty decent success into the Vox last game, but now having the Baptiste, it would be incredibly risky.
Yeah, absolutely. Kestrel's going to come out here as the carry pick, though, not the Idris so far. Now, it could be flexed, but I have to imagine that this could be a weapon lane Kestrel here, unless we see something different coming out of Zen Master Blue. And in fact, it may be as we see the Scarf picked here in the jungle Scarf. We saw this a lot in Europe maybe a week and a half ago. Now we're starting to see it in North America in these Challenger Series. So that heavy Crystal Poke, and NRG's going to go with the Sky again. We've seen Silly Smurf play a lot of Sky, and he carries really well on this hero. But it is kind of one of those heroes where, like, especially to get to the backline, it'll be very effective. So I actually kind of like it in this case. I think it's a much better pick in this game, game number 2, than it was maybe in game 1.
Yeah, I definitely think that NRG is on a little bit more even footing with their draft this game. The Sky does handle pretty well into Catherine when there's not a Baptiste there as well. This is really going to be about who can outpoke here. Obviously, this Baptiste is going to be put into the captain position. So, you know, it'll be about Silly Smurf's positioning, right. And if Zen Master Blue and Scar can get adequate poke down and really force NRG back. So with that, we'll kick it on over to the casters. Yeah,
we're getting into the game, guys, so I'm kicking over to the Tigers and Tasty Bacon. Gentlemen and lady, take it away.
Thank you, friend, as we do get into game number 2 over here. So we obviously heard them talk about it at the analyst desk, but Tasty Bacon, what is your quick 2 cents on these 2 compositions?
I mean, I think they were pretty spot on. You're going to have a lot of burst potential, as well as kind of the extended damage coming out from these 2 junglers. The Scarf and the Sky are both going to be extremely well. But right now, Bradley being aggressive. That's one of the nice things about this Baptiste captain. It's early game. You can be super aggressive with it.
Maurice the Beast was already forced pretty low, and Bradley even rotating over to Zen Master over here, but the combination of these 2 on the side of Arden are able to force him over there into the corner at least. So no immediate effect, but definitely a chance to collapse over here as the barrage comes through onto Zen Master Blue, and it looks like Baptiste is having to run away with just a few points of HP left. Some healing coming through as well from that jungle kill, and the first blood comes down a lot quicker than it did in game number 1 as Zen Master Blue does go down. Maurice the Beast still getting chased through the jungle.
This was so well orchestrated by NRG, as they're going to be able to continue to chase Maurice down very likely find that kill, but Bradley went in. He wasn't looking to steal camps like we normally see captains do early on. He was just looking to delay them, which allowed Silly Smurf to hit level 2 on his own side of the jungle and then get in there and join that 2-on-2 fight. They were able to find the kills, 2 kills now going over. And then also in the lane, Juan Hernandez knew that Kestrel is very vulnerable early on, went aggressive onto Scar, forced him under the turret, which allowed Juan to actually rotate down just as basically an insurance plan. He was able to rotate while Scar could not, and it was, if they had even started to turn that fight around or tried to run up to the lane, they were going to get caught and given first blood over regardless. So beautiful initial movements by NRG.
As there is some action going down by this turret, and it looks like Scar is going to go down to Energy. Another kill into their pocket here. So in game number 1, where things were really tentative on both sides, just the aggression coming out of Energy, recognizing their composition, and like you said, being very responsive to the orchestrations of all of their team members to know when to push forward and when it's time to back off.
Excellent job finding that 3rd kill now. They're actually going to be waiting for this Ancient Giant to spawn, but it's just not going to be there yet. So, and now it reappears, and Silly Smurf is immediately going to move right on into it. So, early lead for NRG, a much stronger start than they had in game number 1. If they can continue this rolling, this can be a game that is over before it even really begins if the side of Ardent aren't careful.
I don't think Energy was very happy about the fact that they didn't win game number 1, and they're showing it true with their colors here as they're taking an extremely different approach. This gold lead extending to nearly 1K. It's about 800K right now. Already extending past it. I was just kidding, y'all. Just a prank, as Energy is pulling ahead with this lead in a very, very steady manner.
So getting on into pushing this turret is going to be an important facet for NRG. Silly Smurf does have the Frostburn completed well before Zenmaster Blue is going to have his first tier 3 item. And they should look to capitalize on this spike. They're going to send Juan down to the shop. Has enough for a poison shiv. He's going to pick that up immediately after the jungle shop spawns. Now I want to see NRG rotate back up to the lane and try and push in onto this turret. Try and take down Scar if possible, and look for that early turret objective, but they're just going to focus on keeping the CS leads that they have. Rotating back to the jungle, Silly Smurf is going to make sure he clears out all of that right on time with the respawns, and so not going to be any turret pressure just yet, but Juan Hernandez with the poison shiv is going to have that little bit of sustain. Bradley is up in the lane as well, has built-in sustain onto Batiste, but Zenmaster Blue rotating could be in trouble.
Getting the stun onto Bradley as he is forced to back off, with the members of Energy pushing up to add that separation, separating Bradley from the damage of the opposing team. But it looks like there is going to be a hero kill as Batiste does end up falling victim to the members of Ardent.
That was a really good job by Ardent finding that kill. Now Silly Smurf, oh my goodness, getting
Silly Smurf,
bursted.
you are going down! Yeah, bursted, tried to get the escape there through the wall, but it wasn't enough. And even Zenmaster Blue is pretty low himself, but knew his limits, knew what he could achieve with the help of his team.
That was a great job by Ardent finding that 2nd kill. And now, oh, Scar wants to get a 3rd, not gonna find it. Thankfully, the Silly Smurf was not there to try and capitalize because he went extremely aggressive. Bradley wasn't able to capitalize on it, but they're still putting out a lot of pressure right back to NRG. Ardent, even though they lost out pretty heavily in the early game, they're not going down without a fight here. We're only 6 minutes in, and this game has already kind of gone back and forth once or twice.
Yep, Ardent was trying to get that focus onto Juan Hernandez, but of course, with the members lurking over there in the bush and that nice sustain that comes out of Fountain, there wasn't enough to close things out there. But as we can see, the game's not over yet. Ardent is not falling victim to the psychological impact that can happen when Silky Smurf gets beefy with those first 3 kills. All last hit credits going over to him, but Bradley taking a lot of damage here as well. But they're still trying to be aggressive into this first turret over here. Oh, lordy. The beast is trying to go ahead and circle around the turret too, because there's a little bit of focusing going on there. But in response, we do see that Energy is just rotating over into the jungle.
Energy gonna steal away the forward camps, get themselves into position to rotate back up to the lane. Maurice is positioned aggressively. Bradley's gonna just face check this bush. Thankfully, Scar wasn't in a position, otherwise they could have really capitalized on that. Bradley being on this Batiste is not very durable, and but Scar was trying to get some chip damage onto the turret, now trying to trade with Juan. Trade's actually gonna go pretty even, all things said, and so this is gonna allow NRG, they're just really, again, trying to put up pressure onto this turret, but they haven't really been able to commit to focusing a siege up onto this turret. And Zen Master Blue with this scarf, now that he has his Frostburn as well, gonna be kind of mirroring the build path of Silly Smurf, at least for now. It'll be curious to see if he goes into an Eve of Harvest or a Broken Myth. Same thing with Silly Smurf. Obviously, Silly Smurf very likely to be rushing that Broken Myth now, especially with the Piercing Shard already picked up. And so it's going to be all about those stacks, building up the Broken Myth stacks, getting that crystal damage amplified by as much as possible. And these late game fights, they're going to be explosive once we get there. 8-minute mark, and it's NRG with still holding on to a small lead. It's a little under 1,000 gold in their favor, so nothing too massive, nothing that Ardent cannot overcome in the next few minutes.
Yeah, the nice thing for Ardent is Scarf, with the range that he has, it's been a nice way to go ahead and try and poke off these minions as they attempt to push into the turret, but we are going to see the damage going on to Silly Smurf, having to back off. Catherine as well, taking a little bit of a back seat. So kind of this pattern where the waves crash in, a little bit of poke on each side, some backing off, things like Storm Guard pops, and then once again a reset right there in the middle of the lane.
Right now, Energy, Juan Hernandez is low on energy, and he's going to be getting stunned up, but Zen Master Blue, stuck in the Ordained, isn't going to be able to try and follow up with the rest of the team. So forward barrage comes out, but Scar trying to step forward.
Yep, trying to get there. Silky Smurf on the back line as the Mortal Wounds come out onto Maurice, but a hero is killed. There is a Catherine down in the trenches. Batiste also low on HP, having to escape very, very narrowly here.
Bradley and Silly Smurf need to be careful. One Spitfire connecting could spell the end for them, but they're still trying to set up another fight.
Yep, getting aggressive once more. Scar taking a lot of damage as he does fall victim as well. Batiste goes down too, and then finally getting these kills onto Scar, as now 2 members remaining alive for Energy, focusing on into this turret before Catherine can come on through with that pursuit to try and get them to back off here and protect what is left of this turret.
Yeah, some good damage done there by Energy onto the turret. And I really like this move from Silly Smurf, stealing away the entirety of the jungle. That's going to set Zen Master Blue a little bit further back, but Juan Hernandez up in the lane, very nearly taking down Catherine. Maurice was trying to just push Juan away from it, getting any further damage on the turret. And Juan said, you know what, I'll take this dance. And he almost found himself another kill. And with that breaking point coming through, he is going to be extremely powerful in these fights, having all 3 of those offensive items completed now. Broken Myth is done for both Silly Smurf and Zen Master Blue, so that's going to be another point to be very aware of during these fights, is how many Broken Myth stacks get built up. Breaking point stacks too, as Juan Hernandez is going to be looking to build that item up during the skirmishes. And Scar with this Sorrowblade Tension Bow just hasn't really been able to find this level of impact that Ardent need him to have.
Yeah, not quite. And speaking of awareness of the stacks and everything, when you think about Energy, and they're very aware of what their limits can be, where they had gotten the 1 kill onto Catherine at one point. Both members, 2 of the members of Energy were fairly low and couldn't engage right at that time, but were able to take advantage of the fact that 1 member of Ardent wasn't there and physically able to join for a bit of time, used a bit of engage, just enough to get a lot of points taken off of that turret, so that hopefully the next time they push through, they can actually make that a closing move.
Juan Hernandez, I mean, just 2 attacks, and he's able to take such a big chunk out of Scar, who has no real defenses built. Both Scar and Zen Master only sitting on the reflex blocks, and it's going to start costing them.
As the turret is getting low and it is destroyed, but Juan Hernandez backing off really quickly as the Dragon Breath is activated by Scar to try and get that damage. The stun going on to Baptiste, and we do see Silly Smurf go down right so close to his own turret. Bradley trying to get them with the bad mojo, but having to go ahead and take damage, just narrowly escaping to the back line. Juan Hernandez doing what he can to try and survive, but as the turret is destroyed, it looks like both of the remaining members will try to go down, as we do see Ardent making quite a progression over during that fight.
Yeah, Ardent, or Energy, sorry, a bit lucky in the fact that Bradley had respawned just before that final kill came through. Otherwise, we would have had those ace buff minions and perhaps another turret going down. But Ardent are still going to take that tier 1 turret and a full gold mine payout for their troubles. Energy, they went really aggressive on making sure to take that turret down, but then they just stuck around a little too long. They took too long to get that turret destroyed, and Ardent was able to answer in a big way. Juan Hernandez was already half health before that engagement even really started. And so it was just a nice job by Ardent to follow that aggression through, finding another fight starting up.
Yeah, Bradley was doing a little bit of face-checking attempt, going into that bush a little prematurely as the members of Ardent were rotating through, but the barrage coming through from Silly Smurf to keep them right at bay.
So, no fight happening there, but now down in the jungle, that's going to be changing. Maurice taken very low. Bradley's pretty low as well, especially as he gets hit by that Spitfire and Goop combo. He does have the Echo. Both sides have the Fountain. One shot's going to connect onto Juan Hernandez. That takes a nice chunk of his health out. But no one is going to be willing to commit to a fight, not without being very close to full health.
Yeah,
Bradley's moving forward. So, what are you doing? Bradley, why were you even there?
Redo, go back. Scarf going on the back line, but he does have that range available to still have an impact here. Some chasing going through as Juan Hernandez is forced to rotate back over into the lane, an escape mechanism. So because Bradley went down, just being a little too confident going into those bushes, now Energy isn't in a comfortable position to really have any major engage, putting all of the power in the hands of Ardent.
I don't understand why Bradley was that far forward with so little health and no defense. The only defense he has is health items. He has barely any shield. He has no armor, and he just face checks a brush that he knows the opponent's in. They had a flare on it. They could see opponents there, and he just walks right into it. It makes very little sense to me why he would be in that position. And if mistakes like that, those are the kinds of mistakes that are going to cost you your chance at making it to the Challenger Cup at the Unified Live Championship. So hopefully that's something that they can clean up a bit as Bradley, again, Bradley, why?
Oh gosh, going right there, getting a little too confident once more as Scar putting down the damage onto the line. Bradley narrowly making it through once again, so close to death. You know what? He's got that fearsome shade, but maybe he's just a little too fearless himself. Needs to perhaps get a bit more realistic with his approach to this game here, as the confidence is kind of getting a little too much to manage, but he's a smart player. I'm sure he'll turn it around.
Yeah, I mean, he had flares. You have flares in the inventory. At this stage of the game, you're 15 minutes in. You know your opponents are going to be somewhere around the middle of the map because they want to be in a position to contest Kraken. You cannot go face checking any brush, especially as someone as squishy as a Baptiste. Obviously not as squishy as a typical Baptiste because he does have those health items, but not really going to be able to have much longevity if he just gets focused down immediately in these fights. They have to be very much counting the lucky stars that they didn't lose their captain in that last engagement. So Energy moving forward again, going to be popping a few scout traps. Means that Ardent has full vision and full knowledge of where they are as they rotate on through. A little bit of damage from Spitfire, but again, this is just Energy looking to clear out this vision as best they can.
Yeah, trying to get that vision control as much as possible. Though we do see a stun going on to Maurice as Scar goes ahead and starts landing those blows onto Silly Smurf, who is taken down and eliminated. Though we do see that Maurice is in some trouble. Juan Hernandez on the back line as well. The Dragon Breath is activated as we see the double kill and the ace going over to Ardent.
Ardent with the ace is going to go ahead and take this tier 2 turret and work on the Kraken. Scarf is able to take this very, very quickly. And so Scar, I mean, he could potentially even keep pushing, try and get some damage onto the tier 3, but with Silly Smurf respawning, doesn't want to risk it. And they are just going to finish off the Kraken. Kraken now unleashed, 3 turrets standing for the side of NRG. But Ardent, they are going to be looking to change that and change it in a big way. If they can find another fight, they can win this game right here and now. And that's obviously the ideal situation for them. Take this series 2-0, knock NRG down to the elimination bracket, and punch their ticket to the playoffs.
Yeah, NRG is forced to just hover around this choke point turret because they know the Kraken is coming for them, as it is going to go ahead and get those pop turret destroyed. And Ardent is just watching as their victory in that pass fight is really making an impact on their ability to move forward here towards that crystal and doing more damage on these turrets too. Baptiste going down. That silence was so important in that engage right there. Zenmaster Blue taking a lot of damage, but the fountain is enough to go ahead and keep them alive, allowing this Kraken to still do its work. Juan Hernandez and Silly Smurf forced to focus onto this one damaging Kraken, allowing the members of Ardent to back off into the jungle.
Yeah, Ardent recognizing that they were very low. While they did get the kill onto Bradley, the 2 damage dealers for NRG were still alive, and so with low health on their side, they don't want to give any additional gold over to their opponents, so they just back out. The lone turret that stands is now extremely low on health, and if they can just find another fight, they don't even need to get an ace. If they take down 2 members without losing much of their own, they will be able to just push in and end this game. So Ardent sitting pretty right now with this lead that they have, about a 3,000 gold lead. It's not the largest gold lead we've ever seen, but it is a pretty massive objective lead and momentum lead in their favor. And Scar, he's been playing this risky game, the 4 offensive items. We kind of expect that to come out of Kestrel's, but he has been making it work. He's been going in very aggressively, using the active camo just to close the gap, and then just firing off these glimmer shots and melting through the members of NRG. As Juan Hernandez is the only one with any armor built, so the other 2 targets, they just get destroyed by these glimmer shots.
Yep, exactly. It's just been such a wonderful combination where even sometimes that one shot wasn't always one kill, but it would do enough damage to go ahead and help the team secure it. As we're seeing some attempted backs over from NRG, but Ardent knows exactly how to respond, kind of saw that coming, and saying, you're only going to go back on our terms. So the stun going onto Juan Hernandez and stepping
Juan is isolated.
Yeah, he is kind of cornered off right here. He does take someone down with him, though. Zenmaster Blue bleeding red there. But in the end, that does leave Team NRG very, very vulnerable here, as we do see the damage coming down. Maurice the Beast having a lot of issues here as well, though. Another here goes down as 2 members of Ardent are sleeping in the graves temporarily. Scar being the only one to survive. Could this be the turnaround that NRG is looking for? Potentially, you know.
Potentially, but it still doesn't seem likely. It's Scar was not with the team whatsoever. It allowed Juan Hernandez to kind of get into that 1v2 situation. He was on the complete opposite end of the map. He was actually looking for a backdoor attempt, but got spotted out, had to try and return. Didn't get there in time to save a Zenmaster Blue. The 2-on-1, Juan Hernandez was still able to find a kill there. I mean, Vox is still a very strong hero, so it's not like they can just sleep on this team. But Echo was used by Bradley in that last fight, so it's not going to be available for a little while. See if they can still find a skirmish with Maurice the Beast returning now to the middle of the map. Kraken is here on the fold and ready to go if either of these teams wants to try starting it up. We could potentially see Ardent
kind of do a similar move to game 1 where they start up the Kraken just to try and force a fight, or they could just find a fight.
Yeah, they could make, you know, the lane their place of choice here. Currently, the one-shot, one-kill coming out for some attempted damage as well. But it looked like we could have got something major for a second, but instead now it is that rotation over to the Kraken. The Kraken put in work for them just moments ago and in game number 1. So Arden potentially looking for that to happen again, though. Bradley trying to zip forward as we do see Scar going ahead to the back line, going and getting those glimmer shots down, but will it be enough? Catherine having to retreat as well. Juan Hernandez being fairly low on HP. Bradley separated into the bottom portion of the jungle with Maurice the Beast over on the back line, getting some poke onto Bradley. Zenmaster Blue again. Silly Smurf trying to send that barrage to the wall. Juan Hernandez going back and forth with Scar. Who's going to go down? It's going to be Silly Smurf, as we do see the members of Arden still all surviving and going right back to the Kraken.
A little bit surprised that with Silly Smurf going down, they didn't try and push the issue and find those final 2 kills, but they know if they can get the Kraken unleashed, they can find themselves at least one turret. But Juan Hernandez, he's going to try and steal.
Can he steal?
Nope. No. He shut down. It was a hero play that he had to try and make. I think they knew that if they Kraken just went over without a Whisper, then they would have just been losing out on this turret and likely the game regardless. It ends up being a play that is almost guaranteeing that this is game over now. As Kraken would be making her way down, but not even going to need the Kraken. This is going to be Ardent Gaming taking the 2-0 victory over the number 2 seed NRG. An excellent performance from Ardent, as they will remain in the winner's bracket as they move into the playoffs.
Indeed. What a victory, finishing out 2-0.
Well, guys, that was quite a match. And again, another situation where, you know, if you allow Arden to stick around in these games, if you don't take advantage early, you have some problems. You got a Scarf strong late game, heavy CP damage. This time around, though, in Denominate, as we kind of start to break down this match, a little bit different, because we did see, I feel like overall, a composition that should have played well into the Scarf early, and they did have some early kills, but then they just absolutely struggled in the mid to late game, and a lot of that just felt like it was execution, not taking advantage of it, Dane.
It definitely did look like a lot of execution. Sky should have really been able to reposition and get to a safe distance away. But most of those fights, you know, it was, you know, Bradley either face checking and getting bursted down when having vision in the pocket, and that's kind of huge right there. Baptiste overall is not a very tanky hero, as well as he has absolutely no mobility built into his kit. So once he face checked and got locked down, it was, you know, it was pretty much a fight going over to Ardent early there. Now, NRG did find a couple good kills for themselves as well, but overall, Ardent looked just to be a lot more comfortable playing together here. They, you know, they synergized up well. They grouped up together for team fights, and again, every single time somebody was out of place, they took advantage of it, capitalized on that misposition, and really took the game off of it.
Yeah, they really did. They, you know, again, when you have a composition that you know can help you to late game, you can see there's some patience there. And Ardent, they played when they needed to very patiently, not being over aggressive, and just playing to their win condition, which was especially with the Scarf, was that poke. And just saying, hey, all right, we won't engage unless we get a few poke shots off, and then we'll engage. One thing worth noting, too, Denominate, I'm not sure if that's a huge difference, but typically when we've seen this Kestrel and like some poke mages, we see a Slumbering Husk on somebody, and we didn't see it at all. And so what that meant was the poke came in, and then they were able to re-engage right after that once the poke landed, and to take out one of the members of either team, it was either a Silly Smurf typically going down first, or the Baptiste dropping quickly. Those were definitely a good strategy from Ardent to just really be patient and then just capitalize once they caught someone out.
Yeah, and one of the things on Baptiste, again, he's incredibly squishy, and we've actually seen a couple of the Roam Baptiste up in the VG8 actually do build that Husk against heavy poke, right? Because most of those fights, even when NRG was together, the sheer damage coming out of the Weapon Kestrel and the Scarf, made him burn his activatables, early on. It was, Fountain Pop for himself, Crucible Pop for himself, just to keep himself alive.
Yeah,
and that never really put them at a position that they could take advantage of a fight. Now, if he would have been able to build up additional armor and really tank up some of those Glimmer shots, maybe get a Husk in there towards the late game, I definitely think that could have started to swing towards NRG's way just because of the threat that Sky can be. But, there wasn't the gold on Baptiste. He didn't quite make it to that point where he could actually be a captain, where he could actually be that frontline tanky hero into such a heavy poke composition.
You're absolutely right. He really wasn't the frontline they needed. And I love the fact that, you can pick Baptiste as a flex pick and then flex into the roam. But, when you look at overall his roam strength, certain compositions, he's just not going to perform as well, and the front line specifically, not notorious for it. He's really good at, engaging, locking down, throwing some shade, and being able to reposition the fight. But when you got a lot of poke, he needed to get some of those items early. That being said, Arctic, congratulations, have qualified, man. They've qualified for the playoffs. I think this is probably the fastest we've seen them qualify, at least recently, doing really impressive work here against much higher seeded teams. And that means that we're going to be moving on to our next series here in just a few moments. We are going to take a quick break, though, in between series. When we come back, we will be getting into, it's going to be Tribe Gaming versus Nova Challengers. Definitely, for me, one of the most exciting matches, I think, tonight, because I think Nova Challengers arguably could be one of the strongest teams here in Challengers. We'll just have to see, though, as they go up against a much harder opponent here tonight after the break.
$14.99.
Don't miss the call. Download Band. Communication made easy.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here live at the VIS desk. We're getting ready for our second series of the night, and I honestly think this is going to be one of the most exciting ones we have. Joining me on the desk here, it is the nominee as we break down what we kind of feel like these matches might go. And of course, this series, it's going to be oh, that is our player to watch. Let's jump to our actual series matchup here. Tribe Gaming versus Nova Challengers. This is a 3 seed versus a 6 seed, but to nominate, I think there's a case to be made that these guys are very close together in skill. And there is a bit of a roster change here from last week. As great as Nova looked in our first series, they did swap out their laner, and I think it looks like Late to Rest and Big Dog are going to be taking over the carry spots, and Chombo 305 has come in and to support as a captain. And that's a name we haven't heard in a while, formerly on NRG last season.
Yeah, and he had some pretty big performances on NRG last season, particularly helping get them, really up into their VG8 spot that they had. So it's going to be interesting seeing him come onto this team. Obviously, Big Dog had been playing captain for this team, so that's kind of my one downfall, I would say, here, is how comfortable is Big Dog going to be. Very likely going to be playing the lane position, because I feel like Laid to Rest, who is actually my player to watch this game, is just so strong in the jungle and should be a pretty good matchup here for Status, who we know is a world-class jungler. He, competing on Gangstars, had some good performances at Worlds last December and was actually able to help get that team up into the top 4. So definitely incredibly interesting matchup we have here. It's definitely going to be a high-skill matchup. And, it's really going to come down to who can get the outplay here. I feel like these teams are probably going to be pretty even on their drafts. It's going to be pretty hard to guess out here. I want to lean a little bit on the edge of Tribe, but I don't want to count out Nova either because of just how good they have looked.
Yes. We're not sure who's going to be lane and carry. We do have it on the graphics, but it's not quite clear until we get into this game. And, when we talk about Tribe and Status's performance, honestly, during challenge battles last split, it just fell short. It fell massively short. And it's something that I really feel needs to come out here. And, of course, potentially matching up against Status, it is going to be Laid to Rest. Nominate, talk to me a little bit about Laid to Rest, our player to watch.
Well, he's had a pretty fantastic appearance on Baptiste several times throughout both last split and this split. He's maybe got to work a little bit on his hero pool, really widen it to have a comfortable couple backup heroes to play. He has a pretty decent Sky. Again, we talked about the Baptiste is very good. In the past, he's played a lot of really good jungle Scarf as well, and he really does well on those Crystal junglers, which are incredibly strong this patch. So that's why I'm so excited to see his talent matchup going up against Status.
Well, we're going to see it right now as we jump into the draft here. Game number 1 of this exciting series. Tribe Gaming, man. A lot's on the line. 3rd seed coming in from challenge battles, but they are going up against one of the strongest challengers outside of the top 3 Nova challengers here. And I'm really excited to see how Chombo 305 is going to play into this roster, how his performance and support is going to be as we see Catherine Ban and Grace Ban. And Denominated, these are the two strongest captains we've seen, but more importantly, they're some of the strongest first picks we've seen on the A side.
Yeah, we talked about Catherine, last game on how strong that silence can be, especially if you make it to the late game where Catherine really tanks up with her heroic perk, as well as can get that echo for a double silence. That does leave the Lyra available for the Tribe, and this is a tool that they could potentially use into a Baron pickup if Nova decides to go that route. Obviously, this is single ban, so Idris is still going to be on the table regardless. Looks like Nova might actually be thinking about picking it up. Here, not obviously wanting to commit into that Baron with so many counters still on the table. And Lyra does still handle pretty well into Idris. You drop that Bright Bulwark at a good timing, and you can really limit that Idris's ability to move around the fight freely.
Yeah, but they are going to pick Ardent Idris. Now, what's great about this, Denominate, is that this is really kind of saying, all right, if you choose Baron, we're going to be able to play up against you. But like you said, the Lyra makes it harder because the immobility you get from that snare on the Bright Bulwark is so devastating in the right circumstance. If you use it correctly at the right time, it can completely turn a fight. So especially in the mid game, you got to be extra careful. I still think Tribe takes Baron. Mixi's win rate on Baron is still one of the best that we've seen him play out almost on any of the area heroes. And I think that he's a little bit too afraid because of the Idris play. He's going to go with the Vox. but I think that you just get so much damage from that kit from Baron, and I don't think Vox is going to be particularly that much better into Idris than Baron, but we'll have to wait and see.
I do like the Vox's mobility to get around the fight. You know, Baron does have the jump jets, but it's typically committed really far away from the fight, whereas Vox can really kind of dance around in the middle of it, avoid damage, avoid those chakrams pretty frequently. It's on a, you know, Sonic Zoom's on a pretty low cooldown. They do pick up the Black Feather as well, so I like this composition that Tribe has, especially with the Lyra here, because Lyra is already really good into both Arden and into Idris, and really good into Arden, because if you drop that Bright Bulwark, you can really limit Arden's ability to use Vanguard, which really can bring a lot of tankiness to the team, as well as block out a Gauntlet. Yeah, you can block out a Gauntlet with it if it's timed correctly.
Everything.
So the Samuel is up, and this is a good pick for Laid to Rest, particularly. Again, the Crystal Mages in the jungle are really his strong suit. So if he can get correct poke down, the Lyra really can't tank up too much of it. So it's going to be all on status this game to build up the defense, build up the sustain, very likely going that Poison Shiv route, despite a healer not really being on the enemy team.
Right. Just
so that he can be that one to soak up that frontline damage, because he'll have more defense realistically, more shielding at least, than Lyra by the time he has the Aegis complete.
Yeah, it's definitely important for E36 to not get, you know, starved at any point, because he doesn't want to get behind the Arden as far as items. It will be pretty big if that happens. But hey, we're ready to get into this game here in just a few seconds as we load in. Quick predictions, Denomine, from looking at this. I honestly, I really like Tribe's composition. I think it's very aggressive, grueling, getting into the fight, and all of these heroes, Lyra, Vox, and Blackfeather, have the ability to engage and disengage very quickly. So positioning in the fights and moving around the damage, avoiding those Malice and Verdicts, for instance, and the Chakrams are going to be really, really big. And I think that that's going to be kind of how, if Tribe wants to win, that the key to success for them is that just positioning, dodging out some of those abilities.
Indeed, it will be all about the positioning, and with that, Dragon, we're going to get kicked on over to the analysts, the real Tigress, and Tasty Bacon. So take it away, guys.
One little thing here we do want to note. We might have had a small technical difficulty, but we are going to be able to get into this game, so kick it away.
Alrighty, going into game number 1 of the series. So, second series of the day. Tasty Bacon, are you ready for it?
I am definitely ready. Looking forward to seeing what these teams are going to bring to the table. Tribe is a team that we've been looking to step up for some time now. They obviously were in the challenge battles last split. Weren't able to be finding any success in the challenge battles, unfortunately, and now going to be looking to try and make a run for the Challenger Cup coming up at the Unified Live Championship. But Nova Challenger, this is a squad that has looked very, very strong. The Big Dog, Chambo, and Laid to Rest have just been running through a lot of their opponents. I mean, similar to Tribe thus far, but 6 seed and 3 seed going head to head. This is sure to be an excellent matchup regardless.
Yeah, Tribe's got a lot to prove in this scenario because of how things have been going, but looks like some early damage though. Dog going ahead and jumping right onto Mixi, who's forced off into the backline, Laid to Rest, taking some damage as well. But of course, Lyra is a wonderful person to have in lane because of that sustain that she offers.
And the sustain ability from a Lyra is just humongous against any sort of early game poke or even early gank attempts. Can be thwarted by a well-placed sigil, especially once level 2 is out. The Bright Bulwark can prevent some jumps going through, especially against an Arden and an Idris. If you can prevent them from being able to use their mobility, you can really kind of put a thorn in their side of any aggressive plays that they're going to be looking for. And you know Nova is going to be looking for aggressive plays. When you have this composition, it's going to be all about Laid to Rest, poking and harassing with this Samuel, using those Malice and Verdicts, and then once they get a good amount of damage, or when he has the Broken Myth and gets a few stacks built up, then it's just all about that Drifting Dart going out, gauntlets, and the Big Dog jumping on in to try and burst down a target. Mixi on this Vox, though, this is a pick that Mixi has been playing a ton of recently. He is very well versed with this hero. knows the ins and outs and just how far he can push it. And you're going to see him go low every so often in the lane, but it's all because he knows that he can stay that aggressive. He can stay out that long. Now, though, in some trouble.
Yep, 3 of the members over coming through into the lane as First Blood does go through. Mixi falling victim here as the remaining 2 members of Tribe are forced back under the turret. So really aggressive plays, just as you were saying there would be.
Yeah, very clean rotation from Laid to Rest to move on up to the lane. While Mixi, I was just talking about how the fact that he'll go low every so often, but it's usually calculated, was not ready for Laid to Rest to be adding that much damage into this early trade. Already had the Heavy Prism and Eclipse Prism in the inventory and was able to just do a ton of unaccounted for damage.
Yeah, exactly. Such bursts that went through, maybe not as expected there. And then because, you know, you had the 3 members over here from Nova ready to go ahead and have that aggression, with the Status was a little bit on the sideline, took some extra time to have to get over there, not really expecting that, then of course you're going to kind of see that burst come through. But of course, we do have to see what Nova is going to do with that. Are they going to continue with this aggression and be successful, or will it eventually get punished?
Well, punishing it is going to be what they're hoping for. Well, right now, Tribe, they're going to be the ones getting punished a bit. Status getting chased down.
Yep, caught off in the sideline, having to get a little bit of heal and zipping on away over here. The big dog taking a little hit from that sentry. Some punishment over there. The jungle protecting its own team, saying, why are you going to go ahead and chase my homie? But in this case, luckily, Status was able to slink away from that fight.
And again, the usefulness of a Lyra coming through, putting down that sigil and allowing Status to get out of harm's way. With the Crystal Blackfeather, it's going to result in both of these teams having extremely similar play styles towards the mid to late game. Status and Laid to Rest are just going to be wanting to try and poke and do as much long-range damage as they can, try and get a target low before the team commits for a fight. So it's going to be really interesting to see which one of them is going to be able to pull the trigger and make those fights work for them. So it's right now Nova.
Yep, going ahead and pushing on forward. The members of Nova are, as Status goes ahead and jumps right onto Laid to Rest, who is going to have to get a little bit of heal. Mixi taking a bit of poke, having to go ahead and hug that turret, as the big dog sitting over there in the big bush. But zipping on away, taking advantage of that mobility that is so available to this composition that Nova has brought forth.
Excellent job of being able to turn away that damage. Mixi did a great job of dodging out the Oblivion, but now a Drifting Dark forward, not going to be finding the target. And that's actually going to be Status in a risky position. But he gets himself back to the safety of the turret. Will get healed up thanks to E36, although that was a fountain used. And that's going to prevent really too much more aggression from coming out from either side.
Yep. Fountain is very useful to have online, and if you have to use it when one of your teammates is getting caught out a little bit, it is going to leave you more vulnerable in the next team fight, because that's what you're really hoping for, to be able to have some aggression of your own, you know, use it as kind of a cushion there. So with that cooldown, it's going to be a bit of time before Tribe feels comfortable having some aggression.
The aggression from Tribe is going to be relying on when Mixi gets this 3rd tier 3 item, and likely when Status finishes off his 2nd tier 3 item. Those are the big power spikes for the Blackfeather and the Vox. Meanwhile, on the side of Nova, I mean, they've been able to pull out the aggression much earlier, but they're looking for very similar item spikes. That's going to be, again, Laid to Rest, just really trying to make a play happen with this Drifting Dark. Hasn't been successful just yet, except for that first kill, but E36 gets put to sleep.
Yep, sending to sleep. The gauntlet does come through. Everybody is there right in the middle of the party. The members of Nova having to stay on the backline. Status goes down as a turret coming to the rescue, poking off the members of Nova, but they're still remaining aggressive, trying to get those last hits onto Mixi, but does manage to slink away. Laid to Rest, though, still having a bit of aggro, but the big dog, being such a wonderful teammate, mitigating that damage and allowing his teammates to go ahead and retreat to safety.
Alright, so 1 kill does get picked up by the side of Nova. And again, it's this early aggression coming out from the side of Nova that's able to find a couple of kills. No real objectives to go with it, however, so the gold lead is going to sit around the 1K mark as we hit the 8.5 minute timestamp. It's just going to be Tribe looking to rotate back up to lane. Mixi still working on getting some, well, he's actually going for some defense first before going for that breaking point. Breaking point is going to be so important for him. If he can get the damage ramp during these fights, he's going to be able to be an absolute menace. But right now, just doesn't have enough output to really be a threat for Nova. So they're able to just focus on E36 and status as opposed to having to go for Mixi every single fight like they might have to later on. But right now, he's just going to be an easy target. My goodness, those Malice and Verdicts were threading the needle from laid to rest.
Yeah, Mixi went down right there as Nova is able to push forward once more. So one thing that is very notable here is Nova has been doing a great job of keeping this wave pushed so that they can get to this turret as soon as possible. Whereas whenever a fight happens, as Status is trying to go ahead and zip onto Chombo just a little bit right now, he gets pretty darn low too. So he might go down, but no, they retreat just in time. As we were saying, with that wave pushed in the favor of Nova, it's given them a little bit of that extra cushion when it does come to these fights in lane. Oh,
Status. Status did such a good job earlier forcing out the fountain from Chombo. And now that they know the fountain isn't available, they can keep putting this aggressive moves on. Status with these long range on points, having hit level 8 and overdriven it, is just really starting to work big time for Tribe. They find that first kill, they take that turret down, but such smart moves. Status knowing that he could get Chombo extremely low, chase him down. It didn't even have to actually dive under the turret, just use the Rose offensive to move in aggressively, and Chombo immediately popped the fountain to keep himself alive in case another on point came through. And then from there, it was just a matter of knowing, though, with no more healing available to the side of Nova, they could just start focusing on one of the two carries, and Status went to work.
Yeah, very good job of Tribe to bide their time because Nova was making those attempted pushes very periodically. So as you said, Status using the range of on points, going ahead and zipping on in with Faint of Heart when necessary, and having this prime positioning for just the one move they needed to go ahead and get that first turret down. And suddenly they went ahead and tied up the gold lead and an objective under their belt as well.
11 minutes in now, and it's starting to turn around for Tribe. They've got that breaking point on Mixi, but Big Dog's looking to go in.
Oh, yep, he goes in, hops onto Mixi over in the back line. The gauntlet thrown up. Status is getting burned down as well. Chombo forced to go ahead and back off as Lyra activates the arcane passage to get to safety. But the Big Dog taking a lot of damage too. The members of Nova still in pursuit, but slightly backing away as Mixi and E36 sit right there under the turret. The Dark Forces are moving forward, though, once again. The turret sending that aggro forth as Chombo is getting chomped down with the double kill, the triple kill, and suddenly there is an ace in the favor of Tribe.
Mixi absolutely going crazy against the members of Nova there. 3 on 2, and Mixi finds the kills, the ace for Tribe. They're going to suddenly go from having their turret pressured to taking a tier 2. I said that breaking point was going to be extremely important, and it came through in spades right there for Mixi. Able to find the kills, even though Status had gone down extremely early, and it looked like Nova were going to be able to find an ace or maybe even a second kill for themselves. E36 and Mixi were able to survive just long enough to turn that one around.
Yeah, the combination of sustain from E36 and then Mixi doing some superb kiting around there to go ahead and get the ace they needed to push down that second turret. And suddenly, Nova, who was so used to being somewhat in control during the early game in lane, is now on the back foot as Tribe has even went ahead and made some pressure in their jungle. A zip over here on the sidelines, though, as Status is taking a lot of damage. The big dog as well, going ahead and trying to get some poke out, laid to rest, taking a big hit there. But everyone's kind of keeping to their own. Mixi playing a bit aggressively here.
And the Sigil's going to go down, give them to keep the side of Tribe topped up. The Status, again, is just going to be trying to play aggressive, trying to find some cheeky little on points. See if he can get any extra damage dished out onto Nova, but not going to be successful there. So everyone does get to back away, but we are just about approaching the 14-minute mark. So we're a little over a minute away from Kraken spawning. The gold mine payout would not be a full payout just yet, and so Tribe, while they could have started up, I think they're going to want to wait until they can get a full payout for their troubles, or at least closer to, because it's not going to be a full payout. Gauntlet comes down though.
Yep, going ahead and getting that fight right there in the jungle. Status goes ahead and zips out to the sideline as a hero does go down. Status being eliminated over here. The members of Nova are pushing forth. Mixi going ahead onto the sideline. E36 trying to get some poke onto the big dog, providing that heal for Mixi. The mortal wounds going ahead and hitting onto Jumbo. Wombo combo goes down. The big dog has been put to rest as well, as only one member remains alive, getting chased down. The triple kill, once again, ridiculous. Another ace, as they're gonna go ahead and push forth to this choke point turret.
Absolutely great fight. Tribe able to find another team fight despite once again losing Status very early on. This has just been the Mixi show the last 5 minutes or so, as he is just absolutely putting in an incredible performance. Now with just 15 seconds until Kraken spawns, they're gonna work on this gold miner. We'll be able to take that one down in time. It will be an immense gold payout, 268 gold for each member of Tribe Gaming. And with a 7-5 scoreline, the gold lead now 3,000 gold in their favor. Tribe can look to set up for another skirmish. They're getting some vision down, but excellent job by Nova thus far to make sure that any aggressive vision that Tribe has put down has been popped quickly, and they have been able to retain some sense of vision around the middle of the map. Eve of Harvest has been completed for laid to rest, but he is very squishy. No real defense has been picked up just yet, and that's a portal in.
Yep, E3 going ahead and portaling in as we do see a lot of damage going down with laid to rest, getting put to bed. Mortal wounds over onto the sideline as E36 is in pursuit. A hero goes down, the big dog is eliminated. Jumbo is now killed as well. Another ace in such a short period of time for Tribe, pushing forth to these turrets, trying their best to close the gate.
And they should be able to at least get these turrets down. Laid to rest will be respawning, but he should be the only one that's going to stand in their way, and they can look to just close this game out. E36 is going to run distraction, putting down that bulwark to buy time for Mixi and Status, and Tribe Gaming, despite a shaky early game, turned this one around. Mixi putting in one hell of a performance on this box. 8-2-2 as Tribe take game number 1 off of Nova Challengers.
Now standing quite strong there all the way through to the end.
Well, now, that was definitely a surprising result here. I mean, not surprising. Tribe is a fantastic team. Denominate, as we take a look at this game, Mixi just lit up the enemy team. Where's this Mixi been, Denominate? I have not seen Mixi play at this skill, at this level in quite some time, and I don't know who was talking about like how dominant Nova was. That was me. But like Nova just not playing well at all that first game, and I as much as they weren't playing well, Mixi really took advantage of their mistakes.
Yeah, and it started off looking really good for Nova. They did pick up the first 3 kills in the game. But like you said, this isn't a Mixi that we've seen for a long time. You know, maybe that could have been part of, you know, jumping around a couple teams, trying to find where his synergy worked. And, you know, maybe this time that he's had on Tribe here, they've really been able to build up something together. Because, again, this is not the Mixi that we've seen in the past. I mean, you know, going way back, you know, we knew him as this, you know, top-tier laner. But, you know, for a while there, it was kind of a dark period where he just really didn't have a whole lot of success. But, you know, he's, you know, on this Tribe team, now that they're kind of building together and really, really sticking together as a team, it's really starting to look impressive for them. And Mixie, again, looked absolutely amazing that game, finding a couple triple kills in 2v3 scenarios.
Exactly.
So,
like these were,
you know, that breaking point ramping up was absolutely huge, but, you know, capitalizing on, you know, laid to rest and Big Dog going a little bit too far ahead of Chombo, building him up some stacks and then chasing down the low targets. Absolutely huge plays out of this guy today.
I just have one message for you, Mixie. Stay woke, my friend. Stay woke. That was very, very good performance from him. And as we get into this next game, I'm really impressed to see, because we talked about, like, well, you know, when you decide between Baron and Vox, and you know Baron's one of your highest win rate heroes, and you go with the Vox, you know, you have to feel confident about it. It's still a great hero pick, especially into the Idris, but he played it better than I think I was expecting, even when status would drop early in the jungle fight. So really, really impressive. So we're jumping into the draft right now, actually, as Tribe does have that first game advantage here, and the draft moving pretty quickly. Idris and Grace both banned right away.
Yeah, Idris and Grace taken off. It's not really the Idris first ban that we see very often, but now Nova is looking to maybe get that Vox themselves, seeing how strong Mixie played on it last game. However, that's going to leave the Baron open in the box, as well as the Lyra on the table. Nova does take the safe route, though, and actually switches over to the Catherine, which we know is a very aggressive and strong captain in you know, in this patch particularly.
Yeah, that's the right pick right there. I mean, if you take the Vox, it's going to be a Baron, and they could just be Baron Catherine or Baron Lyra. I still think that Baron Lyra would be great, and actually with the Baptiste pick, that's kind of a flex pick, so they may pick a carry here. Or if they want the Lyra really bad, they could just pick the Lyra here right now, but I don't think they need to, since the Catherine is already picked.
Yeah, I definitely don't think they're going to go the Lyra. They're going to keep this Baptiste in a flexible position and pick up the Vox that Mixie had such a great performance on in that last game. And this really puts a little bit of a struggle on the side of Nova. In single ban particularly, B-side is particularly easy to draft on because there's so many flex picks available currently, as well as you get that final pick that you can really have your free reign of choosing, okay, which hero do we have available to us that will be the best into the entire composition that Nova puts together. So Nova has gone with the Baron, and it looks like we may have a technical issue here.
Yeah,
maybe locking in at the last second. Sometimes it bugs out a little bit.
Yeah, we're going to see real quickly. That was really close there, so we'll just wait for a second for everyone to get back on. It takes a few seconds, and we'll jump right back into the draft. And wait, did they pick the last pick? Was that official?
They picked the Baron at the last second, but I think the timer ticked out at the same time, and is what ended up causing the draft to fail. So getting back in there, that should be a Baron lock-in for the second pick for Nova.
All right. Well, then hopefully we just need to wait for everyone to get back in here. And then we'll just run through this draft real quickly. So, with the Baron then finally picked at the end for Nova, here, we'll just wait a second. We're going to let this play out here. Trying to see what's happening. All right, we should be okay. Here, just a second. Yeah, so, I mean, it's really interesting that we saw the Idris banned on the A side by Nova first instead of the Baron. And so tell me a little bit about like how that really is going to play out.
Particularly the Baron handles pretty well into Vox. Now Vox, if he's getting in a situation where he's ahead and is able to duel a Baron, a Vox actually can out-trade a Baron if they're left to their own devices. However, as the game goes on, Baron will outscale the Vox in his range as he puts points into his ion cannon and increases his basic attack range. So that's really the big risk that Tribe is taking here, and the big advantage that Nova is taking. However, again, we have this Baptiste on the side of Tribe who can still be flexed. We could still go with something that can engage very heavily on the Baron. The Idris is banned away, so that is kind of a safe pick here for Nova. But again, we still don't really know where this Baptiste is going. So into a jungle Baptiste, Baron handles pretty well because he's able to burst him down, Batiste is obviously his sustain is his heroic perk, so he doesn't build a whole lot of defense naturally. But you know, it looks like we
got knocked out one more time, so I'm gonna have to restart it here just a few seconds. It shouldn't take that much longer to get this restarted. Just a few minutes here, and once we do, then it should be all set. But unfortunately, yeah, one small minor hiccup, guys, and then we'll be back into this game.
Yeah, and particularly on the side of Nova here, I think you really have to go with a pick that works well into either a Captain Barrett or a Captain Batiste or a Jungle Batiste. And those picks are available. We could go with the Sky, who just in generally can, out-trade Batiste pretty well as long as she doesn't get locked down by an Ordain. We could go with a Scarf, who can, again, really take advantage of the low range that Bad Mojo has. Bad Mojo really excels in being able to hit multiple targets for a high amount of damage, but doesn't have quite the distance traveled that a Glimmer Shot does, a Crystal Glimmer Shot, or a Spitfire, or a Forward Barrage. So that's really what we have to look here for out of Nova, is somebody that can, really punish the Batiste, whether it goes in that Captain or in the jungle position. We saw Captain Batiste earlier is very susceptible to poke damage, especially in the mid game as those crystal carries start to really come online.
Absolutely. Well, we're heading back into the draft, everybody, so we're going to get you guys into it. Hopefully, we've sorted out all the technical difficulties, and we should be ready to get going. Catherine and Barrett here on A side. They're hovering the Kestrel. So this is interesting because, like you said, the poke that's going to come from Nova now is really strong, but we've seen a lot of teams deal with that with those Slumbering Husks. They'll actually build multiple across the team, and then they can just, they all are essentially a front line for that short duration, and they can get right through, push to the backside. I guess the really question is how, Catherine's really going to have to own protecting that front line very much, because there's actually a decent amount of poke here, even though you're going to have it looks like it is going to be the support Batiste. So now that Samuel's going to be doing poke, status on the Samuel, he's very effective Samuel, and this is a strong hero into a Kestrel as well.
It definitely can be a strong hero into Kestrel, but having this Baron on the table, we have to be really careful because, again, those Glimmer Shots are able to chunk people out very early. We don't have a Lyra on the side of Tribe this time who can heal up the team as they get low. So if Laid to Rest is able to find a couple good Glimmer Shots, no matter who it's on, just because, again, Batiste particularly is not the tankiest captain, if he gets taken too low, Big Dog's going to jump in, commit with the jump jets, and just blow him up. So it's going to be about Tribe getting to the late game and getting E36, very likely going to be looking at a Fountain, a Metal Jacket, and a Husk, really to just soak up some of that frontline damage.
All right, well, we're heading to the game, so I'm going to kick it over to our casters, the Tigers and Tasty Bacon, to take it away.
Thank you. So I have to say, I think my new goal is to make my hair look as cool as Samuel's hair looks in that splash with that skin. I think that's a really difficult thing to achieve, so life goals.
It definitely is a pretty excellent skin. Oh no! No! E36 gets rooted! The EU Treants have made an appearance in NA, and First Blood is gonna go over to Nova. Big mistake from E36.
See, I think E36 was, hung up on the hair too. Batiste doesn't have as much going on up there with the hat covering, but with that being said, getting caught out, Status rotating over, Chambo taking the damage, really trying to avenge his teammate here, Laid to Rest, backing off as well.
Status was able to steal away that Ancient Treant, so that's going to go well for him. He's not going to be able to stop the recall, just narrowly avoids actually getting that recall canceled there, was Laid to Rest. So he's going to be going back to base, but now E36 and Status, they're going to be invading and stealing away the entirety of this jungle. You have to make sure they don't take too much damage on the way out, though, as Laid to Rest trying to chase them up. E36, obviously with this Batiste, has a little bit of sustain in order to keep himself from taking too much damage. Meanwhile, Mixi up in the lane, just farming away. As the Big Dog actually was thinking about recalling here. It's a pretty safe time to do so. The lane isn't that far forward, so it's not going to get shoved into his turret by Mixi. But with E36 here, they're going to try and push this wave as quickly as they can. But Big Dog actually using the jump jets to make sure he gets back in time and with the help of Chambo, will not actually lose any CS.
Yep, Chambo doing a good job of keeping things locked down over there. E36 rotating up into the lane as well, because that was a nice response over from Tribe when they knew that they could go ahead and step into the enemy jungle, try and push that wave in the lane as well. But of course, because of the mobility available to Baron, it doesn't take very long to get back into lane.
No, not at all. Mixi is going to have a little bit of a CS deficit to face as they try and rotate down, though. Chambo is going to go down. That CS deficit not going to mean a whole lot when Mixi is able to find a kill. Not going to be first blood bonus, so that was taken care of much earlier in the game, but still a little extra gold never hurts for a weapon carry.
Yeah, it's still always good to get a kill in your pocket, whether it's the first one or a little delayed. So trying to get these things online with just a few hundred gold lead difference in the favor of Nova here.
So for the side of Nova Challengers, Big Dog with this Baron, he's going to be looking to go into that Sorrow Blade as quickly as he can. Sorrow Blade Tension Bow is typically the build we'll see out of a Baron, and then going straight crit damage. Just trying to be able to blow a target up in an instant. Laid to Rest has to make his way to a shop at some point. Has a lot of gold to spend. So does Mixi. And now with the jungle intensifying, you got to figure both of them are going to have an opportunity. Actually, Laid to Rest recalls here. That's a little surprising. I mean, obviously was a little bit worried about status rotating over, but he was full energy, full health. Could have just made a trip to the shop. You got to figure as it spawns, but he goes all the way back to base, and that's going to allow status to try and find some camps to steal away, but nothing is there, as it is obviously just cleared by Laid to Rest. So Mixi gets himself a poison shiv, starts building towards that tension bow as well. We already know how strong he can be on this box once he gets that 3-item spike, and that's what Nova is going to have to be very much aware of.
Yeah, considering how strong Mixi was in game number 1 on this box, we can only assume that he's going to go for a little bit of a repeat here in game number 2. Of course, Nova is very aware of how things went down the first time around, and I'm sure are going to try and contest that and not let it repeat as easily at the very least. So Mixi taking some damage over there on the back line, as this time around it is Tribe pushing off into that turret.
Laid to Rest with this CP Kestrel is going to be trying to find as many glimmer shots as possible. And CP Kestrel having the ability to do massive burst to the entire team, as it's the splash damage on the glimmer shot that does the most damage, as opposed to the weapon Kestrel where you have to actually hit your target direct with the glimmer shot. So he's just going to be firing those out at will during any sort of skirmish that happens. You saw is able to get a lot of damage down onto the members of Tribe, but unless Nova are going to be able to lock someone down for a bit, unless someone walks onto one of those active camo traps, until Big Dog has a lot of damage in his inventory, they're not really going to be able to find many successful kills.
Yep, Nova wants that Baron to get beefy, and that's a lot of their priority right now. And the combination of Kestrel and Baron with splash damage potential, and once you have them feeling pretty strong in the fights, it could be really, really intense.
First items coming out for both junglers. Status opting for the Frostburn, Laid to Rest for a Shattered Glass. No surprises there in terms of the first itemization for each of these heroes. That's pretty much where every single pro that plays these heroes will build towards. Mixi has the tension bow online. The Big Dog nearly was able to pick his up, but not quite having enough gold yet. So a slight item lead for Mixi just in terms of total items completed. But again, we always talk about the fact that it's a cheaper build, doesn't provide anywhere near as much damage, but does have that extra utility in the mortal wounds and the lifesteal.
Yep, there wasn't that much of a CS difference, but that kill from earlier on does make a difference
Oh,
there.
status!
Status! The status has been deleted! Going over as E36 is having to go in the back line as well. 1 shot, 1 kill activated, but no target majorly found. Chambo going into getting the stun onto Mixi, as McShee is obliterated. E36, the only member of Tribe remaining with just a little bit of HP left.
And that's the power of this Nova composition, the massive burst damage that can come out when they get onto a target. And Big Dog, that was without a tension bow, that was without any crit. He was just able to destroy both Status and McShee with the jump jets. After the double rockets that come out just do so much work. And until there's defense for McShee and Status, they are just going to get absolutely pummeled by those rocket shots. And they're gonna have to be very careful. They're gonna make sure that they don't give too many kills over. And obviously Big Dog would love to get his build even further accelerated by picking up a few more kills, but for now they're just gonna have to be content with having that tension bow complete, and the first couple of items towards that crit is gonna be picked up as well.
Yep, the Big Dog is gradually achieving what he wants to achieve, getting a good amount of farming here, 1-0-1, so a kill and an assist online, and eventually getting the build. Taking a lot of damage though right now, so a little too much right there, adding in, making it a 1-1-1 stat line, so he just wanted it to look pretty. Picket fences there, but McShee taking some damage here too as Tribe does attempt to push into this turret. Jumbo going ahead and activating the Storm Guard to try and mitigate some of this damage. The silence coming through as McShee is eliminated. E36 shortly after. Status going ahead and backing off with a little bit of a chill down his spine.
Tribe going so aggressive, trying to take that turret down, did not respect the damage from Laid to Rest. As a result, they lose 2 lives. They're gonna lose this turret too. And now Status, he may end up losing his life.
Oh, yep, the stun getting a nice little reverb appeal there though. So Status is able to survive just in time for McShee and E36 to rotate forward, allowing Status to retreat to safety. But with that, the members of Nova can go ahead and do some shopping of their own.
McShee and E36, are they gonna try and take this turret? They have to run away from this 2-on-3.
Yep, hopping on through, getting the damage as E36 and McShee are going to have to enter their jungle because they're smart enough to know that they can't take that battle.
Yeah, that was, they really want to try and get this turret down to even up the gold again, as it's about a 2,000 gold lead now that has opened up for Nova Challengers, but that turret goes down, that's going to diminish that pretty heavily, cut that gold deficit in half. So Tribe, they really want to find this push. It's a double shatter glass for Laid to Rest as he picks up his second tier 3 item, just going full on flat damage. I'm gonna try and again just find a target and burst them out. The one shots are going to do so much work. Status losing half of his life, and now Laid to Rest and Big Dog looking to try and engage. Not gonna have enough to really get into the thick of things, but Tribe, they need to be very cautious here. If they go a little bit too far forward, jump jets and glimmer shot can come out and just take out one of these targets.
Yeah, it really shows the damage that can come out of Nova, because with just a few skill shots, most of the members of Tribe were knocked down to half HP. Of course, though, they do have a decent amount of sustain, so they're able to heal back up fairly quickly. But if you get into a good fight, the nice burstiness that can come out of a pretty built-up Laid to Rest in the Big Dog, then any healing that you do isn't really going to matter if they can close it out before you can get it online.
Right now, they're going to be looking for another fight, perhaps. That's going to be a one-shot coming out.
Oh, the Big Dog getting silence on the backline. E36 trying to be aggressive over here, getting the damage. As we do see, the Big Dog has been splattered. Things moving on forward as Jumbo is killed as well. McShee about to give life over to the remaining member of Laid to Rest. An ace achieved for Nova.
Nova able to find the ace. I'm not sure how much they'll be able to take off of this just because it is only one member surviving, but McShee, he needs to get this breaking point online. He's very nearly there. He actually does have enough gold to finish it off, and now this could be where McShee can try and turn fights around. This is what we saw in game number 1. As soon as the breakpoint came out, all of a sudden Tribe Gaming looked infinitely better than they had through the early game. But they are definitely now in a spot where they can try and win these fights as long as they're together at the start. It was a beautiful Oblivion that put the big dog to sleep and allowed them to trade out those first 2 kills. But without having that damage ramp, the Vox is significantly less effective. So they're definitely, you got to figure they're going to look for a fight. But Status taking way too much damage right off the bat.
Yep, laid to rest, going ahead and getting some heavy poke on there as Status is eliminated because of it. The big dog going low on HP, though Mixie is the one that gives over the leg. E36 getting traded out, and another ace achieved for Nova. This time with all of the member of their team surviving, they can take this second turret easily.
The turret is going to go down. They're going to let the minions finish that off. Gold Miner is going to be started as well. And again, just too much damage taken up front. You can't go looking for a fight when one of your members is half health before you even start the engagement. And it was a mistake from Tribe to try and make that fight happen after Status got chunked down initially. They need to have a little bit more awareness in terms of when they're going to be picking these fights. Obviously, you know, they have the items that they want for these fights, but the fights are so quick. They're just done so rapidly because of the double Shadow Glass, because of Baron being such a burst-focused hero, that without having any sort of defense in their inventory, it's going to be difficult for them to have any sort of long, drawn-out fight where they can actually build up their stacks.
Yeah, with some proper coordination, Tribe could try and make something happen, but the problem is when you have 2 turrets down, you're really not in a position to be as aggressive, but we do see some damage going over as we have Chombo sent off to sleep, having to back off behind his teammates over here, laid to rest, getting some poke over onto Tribe as their health is slowly going down. Mixie in a lot of trouble, and boom goes the dynamite as 2 members of Tribe are eliminated, with E36 trying to escape with someone right on his tail, though. The members of Nova in clear pursuit. One shot narrowly missing, though, as E36 travels through the jungle.
And they're not going to worry about that ace. They're just going to take down that Crystal Sentry. 1 of 3 lives taken away. And this Baron for Big Dog is coming through huge. So is laid to rest. 508 on this Kestrel. One of the downsides of a Crystal Kestrel, and usually the downfall of a Crystal Kestrel, is if it gets caught, it gets blown up immediately. But there's nothing on the side of Tribe to catch Kestrel. They don't really have a way to get past Chombo on the front lines and get onto what these squishy carries without losing their lives in the process. That's been their difficulty and will continue to be their difficulty.
Oh, yep, more damage being dished out. Status and E36 in a lot of trouble, but we have seen Chombo stand so aggressively in the front line, as you were saying, to protect laid to rest and the Big Dog so they can attempt to get their damage online from afar. E36, 1 more hit, and he goes down.
This Crystal Kestrel is just tearing up the members of Tribe. They don't have any shield. There's only the Fountain of Renewal and a light shield on Status. And now Mixie has an Aegis. That's going to do wonders for trying to protect this team and trying to be able to get past this massive burst and into the back of the team. But then they still have to worry about the Big Dog with this Baron. Your Status is still not going to have any armor to deal with that. Neither does E36. The Mixie, the only one with even a shred of armor with that tier 2. So it's a very, very difficult situation for the side of Tribe. There's just so much damage coming out from the members of Nova, and without Tribe having any sort of dash or gap closer, way to jump deep into the enemy lines.
Ooh, bursted down. E36 eliminated. The silence coming through. 1 shot dodged over by Mixie, of course, but Nova is still in pursuit, hopping right onto Status. 1 ability was blocked here, but it's not enough to double kill. Another ace, as now Nova can go ahead and push right on through with the ace-empowered minions.
Nova is just absolutely running away with this game. They're going to take another turret, the tier 3 falling. That's the big choke point taken out of the game. And now they're going to work on this Kraken. It's a 6,000 gold lead for Nova Challengers. And I mean, this is night and day here. They looked so strong in game 1, Tribe did, and now they're just getting absolutely pushed around. And really a shortcoming in the draft. You got to figure they knew how much damage was going to be able to be dealt by Nova Challengers. This isn't a surprise. This isn't something that we haven't seen before. They didn't draft anything that could properly deal with this Baron or with this Kestrel.
Yep, E36 getting burned down once more. The big dog over on the sideline poking away as Chamba going ahead and standing in the front as well. Mixi trying to get that damage before a very narrow escape, but one more slash through. And they are down. Status the only one alive, trying to go ahead and fight off this Kraken, but it's really difficult to do when you're the only one standing and all of the members of the enemy team are right there. So it looks like he's just going to go ahead and try and poke off from the sideline, but these turrets do go down. Crystal being the moment of attack, as this game does go in the favor of Nova, a completely different performance compared to game number 1.
Absolutely. It looked like a different team for both sides. Nova looked so much cleaner, and Tribe just fell flat entirely, unable to make it work. So we have a tied series, 1 game apiece. It will come down to a decisive game number 3.
And with Baron coming out in this game, this is definitely kind of that threat that we talk about, that, you know, depending on what you're going in with, counters are not taken off the board, or you pick them, like the Catherine and Idris being banned. Nova set themselves up, Dave, from the very start. And it's kind of interesting because I think Tribe really didn't have a preparation to deal with that ban from the Idris, and then how they go from there, because at that point they were like, all right, Baron's going to get picked. There's nothing we can do about it.
Yeah, and we talked about really how, you know, what the win condition was for Nova. The Glimmer shots had to come out, get somebody low, and then, you know, realistically with this composition, Big Dog really had to play the Baron almost like an assassin, where when an enemy got low, you jump in and just execute somebody. And again, no matter who it was, you took a couple of Glimmer shots, and then Baron came in, double crit attack, and it was just lights out for whoever was caught out front.
Yeah, so as we get ready for game number 3, it's really worth noting that, like, Nova on A side kind of, I think, played Tribe into that draft, and then we're able to play into their win conditions. There was nothing that really Tribe could do from a support. The Baptiste support into the Baron, just, it's not effective. It doesn't really have the ability to stun you up as effectively. Like, Baron doesn't need to be as mobile to deal out that damage, and he's still able to, you know, to rocket jump right out of some of that once he gets high enough levels. So ultimately, you know, if you're gonna allow Barry to go through the ban and not be picked on, and especially if you're on B side, you can stop it. You really have to be careful of what's coming out. And in that case, I think Tribe didn't pick correctly, knowing the Baron was going to come out, and then didn't play into that win condition either.
Well, the build path in general also, we did go with the Echo, and against a double kind of poke composition that we had set up from Nova, that Fearsome Shade really forces the people that are already far away from you even further away, and then they just reposition and repoke you. So I really would have dropped the Echo and gone for that, the Metal Jacket or the Husk to really help him survive that front line. And that would have given Status and Mixi the ability to close the gap a little bit safer. Once those arrows were down, throw out some vision, don't get caught by a trap. And that's when you could have started to push the fight. But Nova just did a really good job playing the composition they set up. And going into this game, we do have the Catherine coming off the ban, on the ban list already here for Tribe.
Yeah, similar to what they did in game 1. Second game in a row where the Baptiste has been used as support against a composition that he needed to be a frontline. And he's not a very good frontline. And as you said, the Echo doesn't play into that condition as well.
It's definitely a strong pick, this patch in particular. You know, it's that silence is so crucial, especially the tankiness that she can put in the front line. With the presence of a lot of poke heroes right now, she's really one of the best captains to absorb a lot of that damage. The Grace gets banned away, and that does leave the Lyra for Tribe. So now there are a couple things available to Nova. It looks like they're hovering over the box. They could potentially go with an Idris instead of the box and really make it difficult for the side of Tribe to play the Baron. But Vox actually doesn't handle that poorly into an Idris. Idris is good against squishy targets, but if the Vox plays it right and avoids the chakrams, then he can dodge out on a lot of the damage that Idris has to offer. And Arden is one of the really good pickups with Vox because that Vanguard and the Gauntlet really allow Vox that extra freedom to really ramp up his damages to likely go with that Poison Shiv, Tension Bow, Breaking Point build.
Yeah, and of course you have to have the memory of the fact that McShee plays an incredible Vox, at least he has in this series. But with Baron available, they're going to go with that, and I think the Lyra Baron combination here is a very strong combination going into the Vox. Vox typically can handle well, and Arden, when he gets to level 6, will be able to start zoning that Baron better. But Baron, with the Lyra, has the protection he needs. Kestrel's going to come out. This is interesting. It's likely going to be that Crystal Kestrel, or do they go double weapon? Because I see the advantage of going double weapon if you had a healer on the side of Nova, but they don't. So you're probably going to see Status go to that Kestrel with CP damage. And what that means is, you know, we've seen that it only really works if you get that early lead, because if you lose it, the vision that can come out can completely destroy you late game.
Swap heroes.
It can, and Tribe's really aiming here for the same kind of setup that Nova just had. This is such a strong composition because, again, that double Shatterglass Glimmer Shot just chunks you away so quick, and then Baron's really able to commit with the jump jets instead of trying to escape with it, especially having the Lyra who will be able to heal him up if he does take damage in return. So I want to lean on Tribe this game. You know, the Arden is a little bit tankier, but you know, it's this composition that Tribe has is just incredibly strong right now.
It really is. Well, we're going to be heading into the game. I am going to kick it over to our casters. The Tiger said Tasty Bacon. The jump us into all the action, guys. Take it away.
Oh, baby. Game number 3 of the series. You got to be hyped for something like that.
Yeah, always love to see a series go the distance. These two teams, I mean, it's been very one-sided in each of the games down the stretch at least. Game number 1 was a bit close for a while until McShee kind of took over, but game 2 was all about Nova Challengers. And with McShee on this Baron, this could get pretty scary. It's essentially the same composition that Nova just ran against Tribe, just swapping out that Catherine for a Lyra, so we'll see if they can have the same level of success.
Yeah, so much flip-flopping within this series based on exactly how, if you can't get another ban, right, then you might as well take that hero away by picking it yourself. So some rotations over into the jungle before anybody does any serious clashing.
So with McShee in the lane on this Baron, obviously wants to just farm up as safely as possible. Nova to engage, not quite going to have enough damage to find a kill. That's the right call, though. You need to try and shut down a Baron. You need to try and prevent him from getting to that 3-item power where he can start to just blow up targets in an instant. But with Scarf, it's a little bit tough to be aggressive early on. Scarf is not the greatest at early game aggression or finding and locking down kills right off the bat. So Nova, they might end up struggling just because they're going to suffer from the same thing that Tribe did of not having a way to reliably get onto the back lines.
Yep, exactly. You can see that Nova really wants to go ahead and reach Baron, but Lyra is sitting around there using that Imperial Sigil to go ahead and keep that health up as much as possible. Though we do see Status getting caught out over in the jungle, taken out with First Blood going over into the pocket of Laid to Rest.
First Blood for Nova, able to find that aggression that they needed onto Status. Just a little bit too far forward and ends up paying the price. So nice job grabbing that kill, and then just gonna go ahead, rotate over, and take the Treant as well. Nova off to a strong start, but as we know, this First Blood does not determine the game. It's all about finding those objectives and what you can get after the kills, and if you can keep the kill streak going. That's going to be very important for Nova to try and just continuously pressure Status as much as they can, or McShee, like they have to pick one of these targets and just try and keep them from having a massive impact on this game.
Yep, you got to set up that pressure and then know what to do with it. So Nova did get First Blood, but as you said, what are you going to do in terms of objectives? How are you going to use that extra gold that you received? We do see that McShee did go back to do a little buying before returning to lane, as the members of Nova do cluster over here in the jungle to go ahead and get some action going.
The treant will be secured. Status thought about trying to steal that away, using the active camo to scope it out, but recognized that it was going to be very, very risky to try and do so, and just backs himself away. And they are going to be rotating Status and Mixi into the jungle to clear out the backs as a duo. That allows a little bit of extra ambient gold to go onto Mixi, and it's just a way to accelerate your carry a little bit further. He misses out on, I believe, 1 CS during that movement, and 1 CS for the ambient gold is absolutely worthwhile. You get a little bit of extra gold, a little bit of extra experience. So make sure you can see with those jump jets, you try and put some damage out, but until the at least 2 items, until you have Sorrow Blade and a Tension Bow, the massive burst that can just take a target from full to 0 is simply not there.
Yeah, it'll take a little bit of time before all of that really goes through, but Status is getting targeted over here. The last hit getting thrown out by the big dog. Mixi finding some damage as well. E36 rotating over from the sideline to get some of that healing, though. Chambo's still right there on the tails to add a little bit of that pressure, but alas, some survival has been achieved.
Another kill for Nova, though. They're going to be happy to be able to find that. The big dog completes his first tier 3 item. Laid to rest has a... Well, he's going to be very nearly taken down. Somehow manages to get... It looked like he was actually going to fall to one of these camps, but waits a little bit and is able to then clear out the next treant. So... almost a close call. Big dog. No jump jets available for Mixi, though. Maybe a slight miscommunication there for Tribe. Otherwise, they may have been able to find a kill onto Big Dog with that one shot.
Yeah, but not quite online just yet. The big dog go over behind the bush, having to poke from there. The members of Tribe pursuing a little bit forward, but Nova doing a decent job of going ahead, sending out those flares for vision, trying to get some of this wave cleared as well.
She does have those jump jets. Going to use them now aggressively, but again, not sure if that's the target you want to be hitting. Chambo, obviously, if you can get him out of there, is not going to be able to provide that fountain. They want to try and burn that cooldown, but you need to be looking for, I think, these squishier targets where your rockets will have a much larger effect, like Status just did.
Yeah, Mixi going ahead, getting some more poke onto Chambo because Laid to Rest was able to keep a bit of distance in between the big dog over there, hugging the turret as well. Status trying to make a bit of rotation and instead choosing to get some action over here in the jungle. No kill on any of the heroes, so let's go ahead and take out some creatures instead.
And just farming up, stealing away a little bit of jungle. They need to get some vision control towards this mid game, as obviously with a CP Kestrel, being able to set up those active camo traps, going invisible and staying invisible, as well as having those ambushes go unspotted, is absolutely crucial to trying to find a team fight victory. If you can set up kills, it's another one shot onto the big dog. I'm just going to be throwing that out basically on cooldown. Even though right now it's still a fairly long cooldown, it becomes a significantly shorter one once a few points get put into leveling it. And it's a little strange to see it just kind of getting thrown at level 1 because of how long that cooldown is. It does do a ton of damage, but if you're not going to be following it up, what's really the point? You can see Big Dog has already healed it all the way back up to full health. Nice ultimate from Mixi, but not going to be enough to make Chambo panic fountain.
Yep, not quite yet. And if you take a look, also, Status is in a very different position than this point of the game during game number 2. But that's not to say that he still doesn't have the ability to scale out of control if given the chance to do so. With some poke going on, using that range over here right under the turret as Chambo gets chomped down just a little too far. But of course, as we said, that's not necessarily the target that you're wanting unless you can go ahead and catch them out to take them out of the equation.
I'm going to rotate right back up to the lane after stealing away camps, not even visiting the shop. I think they recognize that they don't have enough gold to really make an impactful purchase, so they want to try and get some pressure on this turret. Good damage coming out. Is Nova going to try and fight this? Looks like they are just going to back off. One shot tags Big Dog. Huge damage coming out of that ultimate. That's going to force Big Dog to have to recall, and now they can continue trying to siege up. The
Laid to Rest can clear out these minions quickly. It doesn't matter because the turret is going to fall. Tribe Gaming taking that first objective and getting the gold in their favor. It's about a 500-600 gold lead, not massive, but with that turret down, they can now play a little bit further up without having to worry about Nova just walking right up to that first turret and being safe again.
Yep, Tribe tagging Big Dog with that one-shot, one-kill and forcing him to back is kind of exactly what they needed. Even though he had Fountain online, obviously trying to save it for some sort of team fight, but that gave Tribe the confidence to go forward, take that objective, and balance out the fact that, yes, Nova got 2 kills onto Status early on, but the objectives are the name of the game, and Tribe is starting to get control of it. One shot coming out once more.
One shot, just again getting it used on cooldown, is especially as the cooldown gets lower, it's going to be even more frequently fired off. Status just wanting to try and find any damage that he can to try and maybe set up a fight or just set up a rotation for Tribe to be able to get some pressure into the lane. If she's going to look for some damage onto the Big Dog, the Vanguard will prevent a lot of that from breaking through and actually damaging his HP pool. So it's going to be backing off, maybe start up this gold miner, as everyone from Nova did recall. So opportunity to get a nice infusion of gold here. It will be an immense gold payout. No one is going to come to try and stop this. So 300 gold each going over to the side of Tribe. Chambo did go for a second item in contraption. That's going to allow him to really just pepper the fold with scout traps. And if they can control the vision on the side of Nova, they can really diminish the effect that Status can have on this game.
Yeah, exactly. That's what, right now, because that turret is down for Nova, they need to find some other way to maintain control. And by going ahead and getting these traps down in the jungle, that's one way to attempt to go ahead and do so. Flare's going out on both sides, however, as of course both teams are trying to prioritize some vision.
Well, with that vision getting put down, the contraption is going to work wonders for the side of Nova. Again, just being able to know where Status is at pretty much all times, be able to see those active camo traps so that they don't get caught in a massive stun is crucial to being able to fight against a Crystal Kestrel. Mixi has just been continuously farming up 0-0-0, and no one hasn't really been involved in any of these skirmishes or anything, but has just been quietly farming up. Has himself 3 offensive items, so is going to be doing a lot of damage now, immediately popping that Slumbering Husk Big Dog had picked up. That's going to be 30 seconds or so where it's not available, and they're going in again, looking for some big damage.
Ooh, the one-shot, one-kill, almost getting to Chambo, getting a lot of health off of him, but not enough to secure that kill. The members of Tribe, though, are full health right now, so they're feeling pretty confident as they can venture forward here. Laid to Rest, trying to go ahead and protect from the back line using some of that range, but the Big Dog is not feeling so hefty or big right now, having to let this turret fall to the members of Tribe as they continue to maintain that objective control.
And Tribe just brute forcing their way through that turret. Mixi, knowing the aggression that he can put out, saw that Laid to Rest was not going to be close enough to retaliate, jumps forward, bursts Big Dog down to a point where he has to recall. And then as a team, they're just able to destroy that turret in a hurry. Mixi going for another crit item as the 4th offensive item. This is like the standard Baron build. And once that 4th item is online, it may just be GG for Nova. Even without the kills, I mean, Tribe, they still have a solid lead, a 3,000 gold lead, we'll call it, in their favor. But with both turrets in the lane down, just that choke point turret left, Laid to Rest, trying to find something here.
Ooh, yep, the gauntlet is thrown up. The Big Dog is taken out as Mixi's taking damage as well. The double kill to Chambo, as now we do see the ace in the favor of Tribe. So this will be no problem going ahead and pushing forward with those ace-empowered minions to get the choke point turrets, or at least go ahead and get some damage onto it.
Yeah, they're going to be able to take this turret down with the ace buff minions. They stay alive for so long underneath the turret, tanking it up.
And so, choke point turret has been destroyed. 3 kills apiece, but 3 turrets going the way of Tribe Gaming. They're going to have to get out of this jungle. Can't stick around for that sentry. They are going to take these treants on their way out. And there's not really anything Nova can do to stop them. And with Mixi having so much damage, Mixi got engaged on pretty heavily and was still able to just dish out enough damage to help his team get the ace. Only went down in a trade with the final member of Nova Challengers. So things are not looking very bright for the side of Nova, as Tribe looking to go aggressive again.
Ooh, Teres forces the backline as well. Mixi taking some damage, stepping on back. E36 being a bit aggressive here. As a little bit of separation goes on in the jungle, though. Flare's going out for the vision, but without any permanent vision on the enemy team, no one knows exactly when to make that first move. The one shot coming through to try and go ahead and get a zip onto Lade to rest, but he's going to go ahead and back to safety.
Gold Miner starting up, but Big Dog and Chambo may try and steal this. They're not going to be able to. Now they're in a very far forward position.
Indeed, Chambo forced to go ahead and escape through the wall, but Mixi is right there on pursuit, but then forced back by the Big Dog and laid to rest. E36 coming through, the gauntlet thrown up. Chambo going ahead and trying to protect his friends, keep everybody out of the party. The Kraken has awakened though, so that could be a potential objective should somebody decide to go ahead and use that as a game closer.
I'm somewhat surprised that Tribe actually didn't just immediately try and start this up. They know that everyone from Nova had to recall, and they're still very healthy, but they're just not feeling confident enough that they would be able to take it quickly before the rest of Nova would get back into the middle of the map and be able to contest. So instead, they're just going to be clearing out the jungle, looking for a couple more items. Mixi just about full build. Status is approaching his 3rd offensive item. It'll be interesting to see if he goes for an Eve of Harvest or a Broken Myth. Has the items to finish off either of them. It just needs a little bit more gold. This next 500 is likely to end up going into an infusion. Mixi going to be topping his infusion off as well, you'd have to expect. And that's exactly what he's going to do. And Tribe, they're ready to fight. They are primed and in position. They have all their cooldowns available. See if they try and make something happen. The Ion Cannon gets thrown out. Here we go.
Yeah, going through. Mixi getting caught in the gauntlet here. Snare onto Chambo as we do see Mixi go down. The first one to do so. The portal coming through as Lyra tries to get to safety, but it's not enough. This time, the ace going in the favor of Nova, meaning they are going to rotate clearly over to Kraken. No hesitation like we did see earlier with Tribe, where they had the opportunity to move swiftly, but weren't sure if they could do so. Nova, though, no hesitation, no surrender.
Yeah, big mistake from Mixi and the rest of Tribe. Mixi jumped over the wall right into the middle of the enemy team. You can't start a fight in your opponent's jungle in that type of situation with a jump jet. You need to make sure that when you jump, you are putting yourself in a position to deal damage, but also not putting yourself into a position to just get immediately blown up. Nova just kind of, their eyes must have lit up when they saw Mixi coming over the wall in that position, because that was a free kill being handed over to them, and they took full advantage of the situation. And now Tribe, they're gonna have to defend against this Kraken push. Nova a little bit hesitant to really try and push in underneath this turret. It's going to be Kraken taking a lot of damage on this tier 2, but the tier 2 will go down. Now Nova, will they try and push it?
Yep, another gauntlet coming through to try and separate Mixi from the rest of the pack, as E36 is standing right there in the front line too. Laid to rest, going ahead and getting those spitballs onto E36, allowing the Kraken to do some more damage onto this choke point turret. Not going to be enough of a blow to finish it off, but quite a lot of damage onto it for when the next rotation comes around.
If they can find another rotation, it's both of these teams now starting to get into that very heavy late game builds. Everyone is full offensive items completed with the exception of Status. He's obviously still looking for a 3rd tier 3 item. Mixi has himself full build with the exception of his boots. and just needs to get those to tier 3. And, I'm a little bit surprised that Mixie is still farming at this point, because yes, he can still upgrade into the tier 3 boots, but Status needs this gold. He needs to get a 3rd item online in a hurry for Tribe to have a chance in these fights. And so I really want to see Tribe start to donate gold over to Status. One shot's going to go out, tags laid to rest. Are Tribe going to try and follow up on this? They aren't just yet. And they're instead just going to be rotating, trying to find an advantageous position. Status needs to be careful. Again, no defense on this Kestrel, so if he gets caught out at all, he is just dead in an instant.
Yep.
Ambush, here we go.
Set up here, Status going ahead, the stun going onto the big dog. Gauntlet has been popped. A silence onto Status as the Dragon's Breath has been activated, and Status does go down. So 1 kill over in the favor of Nova.
Another mistake from Tribe. Status is completely split from the rest of his team, has nowhere to go. I was just mentioning the fact that he has no defense. He's very squishy. If he gets targeted, if they get onto him, he is dead. And that's exactly what happens with no one there to help him. He just goes down. Does finish off the broken myth at least. That's like the silver lining of this. But Tribe, they need to find a much cleaner fight. Their movements and rotations through these last few minutes have not been very clean. They need to just stick together, stay together, fight as a team, allow E36 to be the one that makes the initial engagement with a portal. You try and pull opponents to you if need be to set up these active camos or something, but they can't be going in alone as a carry, or they're just going to get blown up in an instant by Big Dog and laid to rest.
Yep, Nova spent so much of the early game trying to shut Status down and keep that from becoming a problem, which on the bright side gave Mixie a chance to farm a lot and potentially get pretty big. But now we're in this awkward stage where, okay, Mixie, you've had time to farm, but now we need the team to stay together. Please don't zip through any walls unexpectedly, but a snare does go on to the big dog. 1 shot, 1 kill coming out, but no kill is going to be viable here as the members of Nova do back right off of the action.
And that's a much better engagement from Tribe. They didn't have to go for, hyper aggressive. They just have to make sure that they can keep damage rolling while keeping themselves safe. That's the most important part. Working on this Kraken going down very quickly. Here comes Nova to try and steal.
Yep, this is still gonna happen. It looks like the Kraken has been unleashed in the favor over of Nova, but it looks like a lot of them are going to potentially go down. E36 throwing up the portal. 1 shot, 1 kill coming through as well. Laid to rest is laid to rest. Shambo all the way backing off. The big dog still remaining pretty healthy, but with 3 members of Tribe alive, that's not as much that you want to engage on without some vision here, but the mortal wounds are set out onto Status. Status eliminated. And then we do see another kill going down as well, and it looks like it's about to be an ace in the favor of Tribe. So now it looks like they have a bit of a Kraken to attend to.
Kraken will take that tier 3 turret. Tribe, Mixie and E36 thought about trying to rush the enemy base, but realized with just 2 of them, they would not be able to do so in time, so they have to come back and deal with this Kraken. Kraken's going to get a lot of work done onto this first Vein Crystal turret, but I just don't know if it's going to be enough to take it down. It looks like it might be. And so 1 turret will be left standing for Tribe when this is said and done. And such a risky call to go for that Kraken. I understand they kind of had to go for it, but getting it stolen away from them is absolutely devastating. If they get the Kraken on their side, this is GG. Tribe wins and moves on. Instead, Nova finds another couple of turrets, are just 1 turret away from sealing the deal and getting into the playoffs themselves, forcing Tribe down into the elimination bracket. Mixie on this Baron, full build now. Mixie should not be taking any more farm. He's getting it prepped. He takes those 2 camps anyway. Status needs this gold. He's still not full build. He still has room for 2 items to be finished in his inventory, and really needs to get some gold funneled onto him in order to finish those off. Everyone else in this game is full build with the exception of Laid to Rest, who's in a similar situation on the side of Nova. Like, Nova
And the big dog needs to make sure he gives gold over to Laid to Rest so that he can finish his build. And that could be a deciding factor, is which of these junglers is able to get those final tier 3 items first.
And the tune of if Tribe goes ahead and gets a Kraken, they could win, has been the tune for a while now. The past 2 Krakens that went in the favor of Nova, the second one being a steal, and the first one being when Mixi accidentally went right into the lining of Nova. They've been able to extend this a lot farther than I think Tribe expected it to be, considering how coordinated they seem to be at one point in terms of objectives. But when it comes to those team fights and getting the gold onto the right people, now that builds are online and trying to actually get this damage into formation, they've had a little bit of a struggle.
Kraken is going to be respawning here. Tribe stepping forward, trying to get some damage onto Nova, trying to find an opportunity in. Laid to Rest, throwing out these Spitfires, getting some good damage, building up broken myth stacks. Here comes the Gauntlet.
The Gauntlet activated, 2 of the members of Nova all the way getting burned down. We do see the shutdown onto Mixi as E36 is forced to retreat. Jumbo pretty low on HP, but going ahead and chasing right after status, getting the sustain over from the Bright Bulwark. But is it going to be enough? Now some separation with one of the members of Mixi down. There's at least not been any ace on either side yet, which is good news for Tribe, but feels pretty bad that they had to lose someone in the process.
Mixi misstepping just a little bit. The portal came out from E36 in order to get out of the Gauntlet. It was a beautiful portal, but then Mixi accidentally stepped into the far end of it and got portaled right into the middle of Nova once again. And anytime if Mixi ends up in the middle of that team, he is just going to be obliterated. Now Nova working on this Kraken. It's going to be up to Status and E36 to try and steal it away.
Ooh, yep, they're going to try and steal it.
Is he going to get it? He gets it! A second steal! Oh, he's going to get blown up in the process, though. It's not going to matter. If they can just find this kill, Nova can just push in for the win with just Mixi to defend Mixi. Oh, you don't want to be there, buddy. He has to back off and try and buy some time, but I just don't know if he can do it himself.
Yep, all he can do right now is try to go ahead and hold off the team, but of course, not going to be to do so. One Kraken is not enough to stop the members of Nova as they go ahead and push through all the way to the Crystal, meaning in game number 3, Nova is going to be the winning team of the series.
What a game, what a series here as Nova comes out on top. The Kraken was stolen, but it just doesn't matter if you don't have defense and you're that close to your opposing team. They are going to blow you up regardless of what you just did and how great that steal was. It just doesn't end up meaning anything if you can't get out alive. And Nova take advantage of the situation. A couple of very massive mistakes and missteps on the side of Tribe, allowing Nova to get some huge advantages and ultimately finish off the game.
Yeah, wow. I mean, at the end there, Mixi trying to clear the farm out so it doesn't push into the turret, but he puts himself in a position to die. And just like that, Nova, you know, they started to turn that game around. Really started to turn it around as they got later and later. Of course, I think one of the big items here, Denomine, to look back on is just, you know, Big Dog on this Fox builds this slumbering husk, and we see this. It's such a game-changing defensive item. It usually comes out later in the game, and it just shuts down that burst. Crystal Kestrel Baron is exactly that kind of burst that, you know, you just need to stop. And when you don't build those slumbering husks, you really end up taking too much damage for most of the fight. Nova turning it around. I think the other big important pick here was how the Scarf played. Laid to Rest doing a fantastic job showing up, not maybe necessarily in game 1, but definitely the player to watch in the last 2 series.
Yeah, and a lot of that last game to me was there was a lot of times that Tribe was just really out of position. They got picked off one by one, and Nova was really able to press it. Particularly that last fight, you know, E36 had a great steal and was going to die. Mixi came out just a little bit too far. Chombo had already used his fountain, was already very low. Mixi really could have hugged back and base a little bit, used his ult to maybe zone Nova out a little bit, clear the wave, and try to buy some time as all of Chombo's cooldowns were used up. Obviously, you mentioned the Slumbering Husk really helped Big Dog survive, but not only the Slumbering Husk, he built into War Treads, which really gave his team a second set of hard engage to get to the backline. So it should have been more about Mixian status trying to pop that Slumbering Husk and then back up a little bit and then try to re-engage and find a clean fight.
No, this is true. I mean, a little bit of positioning errors, and we saw it even at the end of the game as well. You get the Kraken steal, you've got to have an escape strategy. You've got to be able to get out of there and not give up 2 kills, not give up the ace especially. And unfortunately, Nova takes the game. Well, unfortunate for Tribe. Now, Tribe's not out of it, guys. They're actually going to be dropping down to the elimination round and playing one more game here tonight. And that actually is going to be a game that we're going to be streaming for you guys in just a few minutes. We're going to take a quick break as we get ready and set up here. But once we come back, our third and final series of the night is going to be played as we jump down. Who's going to survive? It is going to be Tribe going up against a surprising upset as well, which is Fable GG actually taking down Star Bombers and moving on to the final elimination round match. We'll begin into all the action here in just a few moments, so don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back.
Only $14.99.
Don't miss the call. Download Band. Communication made easy.
Hey everybody, welcome back as we look to get ready for our third and final series. This is us jumping down to the elimination round as we look to take on Tribe Gaming, who just lost against Nova, and now they're going to be going up against Fable GG, a team who's actually pulled off a surprising comeback and an upset in their series against Star Bombers. Star Bombers knocked out of the entire tournament here for this split, and Fable GG. Now this is the team that took a game off NRG. Granted, with the substitute, but still, for a 15 seed, definitely looking promising. The question is are they going to have what it takes to go up against Tribe to nominate? And more importantly, Tribe, just that really devastating defeat. Are they going to have the stamina to come into this series and perform to the same level?
It's definitely going to be about Tribe working on their positioning. That last game particularly, you know, they're all fantastic players, but they just kind of got a little too ahead of themselves, played a little too aggressive, and got picked off one by one, and Nova took advantage of it every single time. So, you know, for Tribe, obviously they're going to be looking up to pick up the win here. Obviously the double elimination does give them a second lifeline going into playoffs next week. So, they're definitely a team that can do so, but we've seen some pretty good performances out of this Fable GG lineup too. You know, Jamar particularly with some pretty good performances on the Idris, and Adrian with some really good performances on Jungle Celeste. So definitely going to be fun going forward. I think this is a team that if Tribe plays sloppy, definitely can take wins here. But I do want to lean on the side of Tribe. I think they're going to look at that last game and think, okay, what did we really need to do here to, you know, do better? And you know, from hearing both the analysis and the casters, I'm sure they, you know, understood that you got to be a little more careful as we get up to this top. These teams are all teams that you really have to consider a threat.
Absolutely. I think that perfectly described what's happening here with Tribe, where, you know, all around really strong performance. The draft they clearly won, so playing well into that, and actually for most of the game doing very well. A few mistakes, though, can go a long way, especially in late game. So we're jumping into the draft here. It is game number 1 of this third and final series here tonight. We're in the elimination round. This is do or die for these two teams, and everything is on the line. And with that, Grace is going to be the first ban. Pretty typical part for the course here. We usually see Grace banned here. Baron's going to be the second ban. And Catherine's first pick. So Tribe, you know, this is something we're seeing across many teams, is that Catherine first pick. It does mean that Fable could pick up the Vox, but if they leave that open, you have to imagine Tribe will take that away as well.
They will, and they are going to have this Baptiste, which we discussed, you know, a couple times, is a good flex pick, but these captains really got to learn how and when to use it. So, you know, when it comes down to your ultimate, you can't really commit to that Echo into a double poke composition because, again, they want to fight at range. That Fearsome Shade, unless if you use it positionally into a wall where it keeps the enemy essentially stunned, that's really the biggest threat of a Captain Baptiste. You don't want to fear the enemy away if you don't have the gap closing ability to keep up. With that being said, Mixi is going to pick up the Idris since the Baron is banned away and the Vox is picked up. And again, Idris does do particularly well into squishy targets, and it looks like a Samuel is going to be picked up here for status. So this is kind of that dangerous position now for Fable. You know, they're really either forced to play the Baptiste captain really well, or just put it into the jungle and try to compete with the Samuel that can just particularly outrange him. So this is kind of a tough last pick, and you know, here in the single ban, we don't really have any bonus time. It is going to be a Lyra, so they are going to take this Baptiste into the Samuel. And I think this is the smartest pick, just because, again, Baptiste in general, not a very tanky captain, and you don't want to fear away compositions that are going to be based on poking you. The Chakram and the Malice and Verdict are all going to be about getting that poking chip damage off early on in a fight, and then being able to hard engage with you after that, you know, following up a good Catherine silence.
Yeah, so yeah, we've already seen these poke compositions into the Roam Baptiste. It's just doomed for the Baptiste. He's a bad front line if he gets behind early. And so I think, you know, it's going to be hard to still out-jungle the Samuel, especially going up against status. But, you know, a lot of this is going to be team fighting, right? So if the Baptiste could get in on them, you know, and they engage correctly, the Samuel won't be able to necessarily go back as much. We're getting into the game, though, everybody. So I'm going to kick it over to our casters, Tasty Bacon and La Tigress.
Alrighty, everybody. It's the last series of the day. An elimination series at that, so much on the line. Now, Tasty Bacon, we saw Tribe during that last series where, you know, the analyst desk hit on it. I know you're talking about how they do have a lot of strengths to them, but sometimes their coordination's a little off. Do you think they're going to go full throttle here in the series?
I think they should. With Mixi on this Idris, this is a pick that is a very aggressive pick. They were kind of playing last game like they had a all-in dive comp, and now with E36 on the Catherine and Mixi on the Idris, they do have an all-in dive comp with those two heroes. So I think this will fit their playstyle a little bit better than what that Baron and Kestrel was able to do. They just looked out of sorts in some of their engagements at times in that previous game that they just played, dropping them down to the elimination bracket. We'll have to make sure that they don't take Fable GG lightly, because this is a team that is strong, as they're going to find Jamar here in the jungle for a bit.
Ooh, yep, Status also taking some damage, getting the poke over from Izzy, as Mixi and E36 are going to go ahead and stand right there in line. But Mixi's taking a lot of damage too. Going to go ahead and retreat over there into the jungle. But as the analyst desk was saying as well, this pick composition, or poke composition rather, that can really be detrimental to Baptiste if they manage to make the plays necessary.
Yeah, and so on the side of Fable GG, and this is a team that has had some success. They took a game off of NRG. They took NRG all the way to a game 3 in their matchup earlier in the Challengers, earlier this split. And so they are a team that can take games off of these top challenger teams. But Tribe, if they want to be one of the best, if you want to be the best challenger team, you have to be able to beat absolutely everyone. So it doesn't matter if they're high seed or low. First blood is going to come out down in the jungle. Apologies for missing that. I was looking at the lane little skirmish that was going on, but it's going to be that first blood going to Jamar. That's some good news for the side of Fable.
Yep, E36 got a little caught out in the jungle there with that stun and unable to get away with the merciless pursuit. Those last hits ended up giving that first blood over to Jamar. So that's exactly what Fable wants to happen, because they really need to start getting things online in a way that's not going to allow the enemy tribe to go ahead and poke them down.
So 1 kill in the first 3 minutes is going to be the pace that has been set, as Mixi and E36 just try and shove this wave up into the turret. Adrian able to get back in time so that he can farm up that whole wave underneath the turret. And so not going to be too bad of a situation here for the side of Fable. They have that small little gold lead that's almost entirely built on the first blood bonus. Otherwise, it's been a fairly even matchup thus far, but see if this rotation from Tribe can come to fruition.
Yeah, E36 once again taking a lot of damage over here. The snare going down as well. Jamar rotating onto the sideline as 2 members of Tribe are killed, with those kills going over to Izzy and Adrian. So a nice dispersal of gold across Fable.
Yeah, finding 2 more kills for their troubles. Tribe had no idea that the entirety of the team was waiting there, because they just walked right into that brush. And even though they probably should have seen them go in there, thanks to the minions, but obviously was not the case, and so they get taken out in a hurry. And Fable GG able to find a little bit of an edge through these first few minutes. Can they keep it up though? It's a little under 1,000 gold in their favor all of a sudden, thanks to those 2 quick kills they were able to pick up. They didn't get really any damage on the turret, however, and that's going to be something that they really need to focus on for if they get another kill or 2. Try and find something to take as a result and find some way to build it into a further advantage. Looks like they want to go aggressive, but with Status rotating up, this time they're going to be able to dissuade any further action.
Yep, we've seen Catherine be really effective in past games, though we do see a burn down onto Status as well. Jamar getting the damage, E36 having to back off here because 1 member has already been eliminated. Another kill going over to Fable, so slowly snowballing this gold lead, expanding it little by little, and then even now getting a chance to go ahead and push up into this minion wave.
Finding a little bit of damage on the turret. The resonance bounces from Adrian.
doing a bit of work onto Mixie and E36. Obviously, Mixie's just going to be able to heal that up once he starts farming this wave, thanks to the Book of Eulogies. E36 might want to look into going back pretty soon. But the first tier 3 item for Status is completed. He has himself that Frostburn. There's going to be Fountain of Renewal and a Sorrow Blade. So all of Tribe getting their first items. Same story on the side of Fable as Jamar gets himself the Shatter Glass. And Adrian going to be under a bit of pressure here. It just goes down very quickly. Nice shot with the Malison Verdict from Status to do a big chunk of damage and allow Mixie to just finish that kill off.
Yep, that pressure was a little bit too much for him to handle there, so he did go down. A stun going on to Jamar, some aggression coming out of E36, sitting right there under the tower. Izzy doing damage as well, some heal coming out, so E36 can back off a bit, but Izzy, can't you see? They're hitting you from the line, but when you go ahead and have that objective protecting you a bit, it's a lot easier to survive.
And being able to put down that sigil is such a great tool for the Lyra, but low on energy now. He has to be careful. Does have enough to put down another sigil if need be, but going in on the Status, risky move when he has the Drifting Dark going. Not going to have anything come from that though. Status much more interested in just taking away these jungle camps, trying to get this gold back in favor of Tribe, trying to deny Jamar as much as possible. If you can prevent this Batiste from farming up, you can find some really big advantages towards the mid to late game, just because you will have an item lead over a Batiste that requires getting in close. You know he's going to build 2 offensive items first. It's going to be Shatterglass into Clockwork. That is just the standard Batiste build. And if you can take advantage of that low defense on the hero, you can find yourself with a kill or 2. Obviously, Tribe going to need to get themselves a couple of kills under their belts in order to swing the momentum back in their favor.
Yep, it did look like E36 was trying to get some vision over there in the jungle, and we can see that Fable has done so as well. Nothing too aggressive quite yet, though, as the wave does crash into the blue side turret. We know that Tribe is forced to respond to that just a little bit. A bit of clustering going on here. Ooh, Adrian taking some damage though. The dark forces are moving forth and the hero is killed. Adrian goes down. That kill going over to Status here. Finally starting to get some damage online. The turret's going to be going down as well in the favor of Tribe. Jamar, be careful. You're getting stunned over there by the back line, dealing some damage with the bad mojo. But of course, with the Storm Guard in combination, with the hits from Status, gonna go down too.
And they were able to take out Mixie, but Tribe are going to be more than happy to make that trade. Overall, a 2-for-1 along with that first turret falling. But oh, Fable's not done.
Not done at all. E36 getting pursued by Izzy. But Status and E36 are just going to go ahead right here into the safety of their own jungle. So an interesting trade that had happened there, with E36 now going ahead and trying to get some more items to light up the jungle.
It's about a 500 gold lead now for Tribe, thanks to taking that turret down and finding a couple of kills for their trouble. That's what they need to do. Just keep this pressure up. Don't allow the members of Fable time to breathe. Don't let them get their farm up the way that they want to. They're looking for perhaps another fight here as they rotate on down. They're going to find all of Fable here.
Yeah, looks like they are all just waiting in pursuit. The stun going on to Adrian. E36 getting stunned as well. Status trying to move forward. Jamar riding on the back foot, going ahead and throwing out the bad mojo, but getting hit out and the kills go down. Izzy out of trouble here as the ace is achieved, and Tribe is looking a lot better than they did in the first few minutes.
Yeah, absolutely turning this game around now as they take the ace, they take the sentry. Mixie's going to try and take this turret. Adrian is not going to be there in time to contest it. And so a second turret destroyed, a huge gold swing coming through for Tribe that's about to grow even further with this gold miner being secured. Immense gold payout, 300 each, another 900 gold going to the team as a whole. And just like that, from being down by 1K, Tribe is suddenly up 3.
Yeah, that gold miner had been sitting there pretty for a little bit of time, but no one could make a really clear rotation towards it. And because Tribe was getting some of those kills in response to the 4 kills that Fable had originally started with, they had flipped that gold lead, but that gold miner right after that ace was such a nice way of securing this and making this just a little bit of a bump in their favor to a much more significant one. But it's still a little early. Things could sway, but it's not looking as good for Fable currently.
Definitely not. They need to play a little bit more defensively. It seems like whenever Tribe starts to find an engagement, Fable is trying to just meet them and match damage, and they're just too far behind in order to do so. You look at the difference in these junglers. Jamar does have the clockwork and the shatterglass, but again is just such a squishy hero without any defense on the Batiste. Yes, he does have a little bit of sustain, but he doesn't have anywhere near the level of sustain that someone like Status without any defense does. And it's a very troublesome spot for them to be in. Adrian does have the breaking point. This is the time when Vox can start to turn things up, but you look at the Idris has had his 3 offensive items for some time now and is such an amazing late game counter without even needing to have the breaking point in his inventory. Can just really make plays happen. It's a incredibly high skill cap hero. Has the ability to take over a game if you can't lock him down. And Lyra has the bulwark, and there's a Fierce of Shade and Ordained from Jamar, but other than that, they just don't really have the ability to prevent Mixi from dancing around these fights.
Yeah, it comes down to the point when you are backing off like this, you don't have very many options to you, but it looks like another fight is breaking out as E36 goes ahead and takes this. Baptiste forced to go ahead and retreat away, but that choke point turret goes down. Another objective secured for Tribe here, so it's going to make it really, really difficult now for Fable to really make any progressive plays.
Yeah, another turret and the sentry being eliminated is massive. Now the side of Tribe can just walk through this jungle at will. There's nothing to really dissuade them from just putting this pressure on, moving that sort of line of scrimmage up even further, really to the edge of the Fable base at this point. Well, they're going to look for another fight here.
Oh, yep, the more moves going on to Baptiste. He does go down as it looks like Izzy was going to have to go ahead and zip out, but zipping up is what happened as the casket has been buried over with Tribe taking control of that fight. Adrian having to go ahead and back off into the base here.
13 minutes in, Tribe with an 8-5 kill lead. This gold advantage has just ballooned up in the past couple minutes. The gold miner is going to be their target because there's not really much else for them to gain on the map. All of the jungle on their opponent's side has been cleaned out. They know that there's no chance of Fable GG getting into their side of the jungle, and it is just going to be a Tribe now constantly pushing up, stealing away these back camps, and just a total denial of gold for Fable. This is where it starts to become a point where you almost have to rely on your opponents making a mistake because your gold income is so heavily diminished. The only way that Fable can get gold at this point is just the passive gold tick and the minions as they push into the base, and that is all that they have available to them. It's a really frustrating spot to be in a game of Vainglory, especially when Tribe is going to pressure you just for trying to step up and take this farm just outside your base.
And Tribe's at a point where it doesn't take them very long to burn down the objective. So if they can get another ace onto their opponents or go ahead and get the Kraken once that's something that's viable, then it shouldn't be difficult for them to, you know, it might take more than one push, but that's what they've been doing. They go ahead, they get an ace or get some progress, take a turret, rinse and repeat, take control of the jungle, limit slowly the options available to Fable, as we do see Mixi go ahead zipping on through, damaging coming down, the ultimate popped from Baptiste, but it's not going to be enough to stop everybody from progressing, as Izzy finds themselves in trouble, Adrian as well, forced to go ahead and try to make it to the base, but not in time! The triple kill as the ace is achieved, exactly what we were talking about for Tribe to go ahead, and with those timers being quite long, They should be able to go ahead and close out this game right now, taking game number 1 of this elimination series.
It looked like the members of Fable were going to get to their sanctuary. It looked like Mixie was going to fall to the turret, but a beautifully timed ultimate not only breaks the turret aggro, which resets the turret's damage onto him, but also then the huge burst coming out into the 2 low health targets right as they get into their sanctuary blows them up. Mixie, this again, when Mixie is on point, this team is so good. When Status has an impact, they are able to find fights and win these games decisively and cleanly. This is the tribe that is a threat to every other team. But the problem is, this is not the tribe that we see every single game.
Well said, Tasty Bacon. It's definitely something you see a lot of times with some teams. Inconsistency happens, but, you know, Tribe, they're fighting for their lives right here, and they are in great shape going into this next game. Now, Denominate, you know, this is what kind of expected these results. Fable GG coming in here as the lower seed, substantially lower seed, had a tall order to face off against Tribe, and there were a few moments of some, like, good looking, you know, some good plays, but overall Tribe played their composition and they played the full game very well, closing this in 15 minutes, no Kraken needed. And it really, like, you know, when they play with that kind of synergy, Mixie definitely starting to show that he's really like this keystone of this team when it comes to team fights.
Yeah, he's been playing really well overall. Again, that one game, you know, particularly there were some out of positioning errors that were made. But again, you know, this is a team of top tier players that understand how to look back on the reasons that they lost and then correct them in a very fast and professional manner. And that's really what we've seen. They looked like a much tighter group here. And, you know, they stuck together a lot better. They, you know, nobody really got picked off. The early game was kind of back and forth. But then as the game went on and the team fights became more prevalent, they just, you know, cycled out the damage so well. Mixie was able to get in. He quite often used the Shroud Step before he took any damage, so he got some additional barrier, you know, built up a little bit of sustainability into the Baptiste, who built absolutely no armor. Mixie was literally able to go in and just destroy him, and that's really where Mixie capitalizes, is if he's able to really just push someone's advantage of them itemizing incorrectly or you know, their positioning errors, then he can really be the star of this Tribe roster.
Interestingly enough, Fable GG, as we get into this game, banned the Vox. They do not want to give that over to Tribe. We often don't see this. So Tribe's an interesting spot. They're going to go with the Grace, it looks like. It's going to leave Baron open and Idris as well. So Fable, if they take Baron, they're going to go with the Catherine. This is a smart pick. You're putting on the board one of the counters to Baron, and now kind of like just kind of coaxing Tribe. Hey, if you go with the Baron, we're going to counter you, and they're gonna try to do it hard. So I think Tribe here, rightly so, will probably lean to the Idris or something a little bit different in the lane to avoid that hard counter.
Well, the Idris is kind of a difficult pick here, particularly because we have the Catherine. Catherine is really good into Idris, particularly. A lot of his kit is based on diving into the back line and trying to pick off a squishy target. And if you get stunned up and are then focused, Idris is not really the tankiest of heroes, so it can be pretty risky. Status does lock in here this Baptiste, which we know can be flexible. It's going to be interesting to see what Mixie picks up here. They could go with something like a Kestrel. They do go with the Idris. I think Mixie had a good performance on it. It's just going to... If Fable GG can play the Catherine correctly, should be a bit of a nuisance to Mixie here. I would have liked to see something like a Kestrel or a Glaive come out here. They just handle a little bit better into the stun and silence. Fable GG really needs to go with something a little bit tanky here, though, because, again, Idris is really good at just destroying squishy targets. They do pick up the Black Feather and the Samuel,
squishy,
which is a little it's gonna be difficult to me in general. Just Black Feather is an assassin. Yes, he can build kind of tanky and have some sustain, but when you start spamming the Chakrams, the Shroud Steps, the Shimmer Strikes, a Kroll actually comes out here of Tribe, and this is pretty interesting. This is a pick that Status is good on, but this is where it's got me questioning now. and should ideally have the other team questioning as well. Is this going to be an Idris going into the Crystal Path, or is this just going to be a double weapon composition with that tension bow that we know is so strong right now?
Yeah, it might be. I will say I was actually expecting a Sky, so you know, Sky would be able to get to the back line, forward barrage, get past the Catherine to some extent, and you really didn't have any massive counters against the Sky. Plus, the forward barrage into Catherine is always, there's nothing Catherine could do about that most of the time. Her abilities aren't necessarily set for that. But instead, they go with the Cruel. This is going to be interesting because Cruel's going to have a hard time getting to that backline. The Catherine can stun him up. And additionally, the Samuel, once that Drifting Darkness comes down, is really hard. Hey, we're going to get into the game, though. I'm going to be kicking it over to our amazing casters, Tasty Bacon and the Tigress, to get us into the fold.
All right, game number 2 of the elimination series between Tribe and Fable. And Tasty Bacon, there's a lot on the line here, isn't there?
Absolutely. It is win or go home for Fable. If they do not pull off a victory here to force us into a game 3, they will be leaving empty-handed, whereas Tribe will be looking to take a victory and move themselves into the playoffs, albeit through the elimination bracket, which leads to a much more difficult road to the finals if they have aspirations of making it there, which you have to assume they do. You don't compete unless you have hopes and plans of making it all the way to the finish. So Mixi on this Idris once again had a great game in game number 1. Status on the Krull, however, this is something that we've started to see a lot in the Vainglory 8, is the heavy emphasis on the double weapon comps with a Krull and a heavy burst focused damage dealer, and that's exactly what Tribe have here. We'll see if they can keep the win streak that we've been seeing in the Vainglory alive as they look for this jungle fight.
Yeah, skirmish over in the jungle. Izzy taking a lot of damage, being the first blood. That kill going over to E36. But some extra pursuit here as Jamar does retreat to the lane, trying to go ahead and get the enemies out of his jungle. But that is an early blood taken over in the favor of Tribe. It seems like there's this pressure does better for Tribe. We saw inconsistency before as E36 goes down here, though, in response. Unlucky.
That status gonna fall as well as he gets kind of sandwiched between all 3 members of Fable. So a little bit too much aggression coming out. They were able to steal away the back treant. Perhaps should have just gone ahead and recalled after that. Instead, they tried to go ahead and clean out the rest of the jungle as well. Ended up paying for it. Have their forward treant stolen away, along with Izzy G and Jamar rotating up to the lane. Mixi has no idea this is coming.
Yep, collapsing right on top of Mixi here to go ahead and get that kill. This is a bloodbath so far in terms of the amount of aggravation that's happening so early on, especially considering some of the series we watched where it was kind of just a slow grow into really any actual fighting here. But more damage going on to E36 as Izzy and Adrian attempt to collapse here, but the stun going down to try and prevent them from advancing forward anymore. Bad Mojo getting that extra damage too.
All right, so E36 and Mixi going to be working to clear this wave out. We try and push it in onto Adrian, see if they can get some pressure. They want to make sure that Adrian can't recall just because they have an item lead, but instead they're going to go into the jungle, try and help Status out.
Ooh, collapsing over in the stun, and a kill goes down. Izzy falling victim. Adrian looks like he's about to fall victim too if he's not too careful. E36 taking some of that turret damage though, forced to back off as Jamar brings darkness to his rescue, but it's not going to rescue him enough as he goes down as well. Fighting between the 2 turrets here. Adrian falling victim. Now Mishi trying to go ahead and back off. E36 really low on health, having to go back to the base, but not quite. Hoping to rotate around, potentially get a little pressure, but now deciding to return home.
7 kills in 4 minutes. This is a massively accelerated game, and both teams are fighting quite heavily in terms of looking for some kills to try and find the early game advantages. Thus far, the edge is in favor of Tribe, but not by much. If you look at the gold difference, it's going to grow a little bit from Mixi clearing out this wave of minions, but it is less than 1,000 gold that separates these 2 teams. Fountains of Renewal going to be completed, 1 for each captain, Still no other tier 3 items just yet, although Mixi and Adrian are both very, very close to finishing off. They actually have the gold, I believe, to be able to go and get a, at least on the side of, nope, Adrian's actually got 300 gold off as well, and Mixi is going to be going for a Sorrow Blade, so he still needs quite a few components, but really wants to try and get that Divergent Path online as quickly as he can. And being able to have that blink is a very important tool for a weapon Idris. Status is actually going to go for the Poison Shiv first item. I love Poison Shiv first item on a Krull, but I'm curious the fact that they didn't go for a Tension Bow first. Usually with this double weapon composition, you want to get those Tension Bows online early to have that massive burst. We'll see if that's going to be the second item. I would assume so. Tries to find some sort of position up in the lane, some way to find another kill. They might be able to get one if they go in down to Adrian now.
Yep, Status going ahead and jumping in. Adrian's health pool is slowly diminishing as he is then taken out, with Catherine going ahead and backing off here. The Bad Mojo getting some damage as well. Samuel coming to the rescue though to try and prevent any further progression from Tribe, but they still already got a little bit of what they wanted with that pick over there, whereas Status was making some impact over in the jungle.
They managed to find a kill, steal away a couple of camps, and now they're going to be making some purchases here. Mixi is, looks like he's waiting for enough gold to finish off that Sorrow Blade. He's not going to be able to, okay, he does get it in the end. Status looks to be going for that Tension Bow second item. And we'll see where Mixi goes with this build. If he does opt for a Tension Bow second item as well, and they go for that double massive burst, the armor pierce to try and strip through any defenses that do get built. But until we see reflex blocks, Status is going to be able to rinse and repeat on these lane ganks over and over again. From Hell's Heart is such a massive engage tool, and if you don't have a way to block it out, it's just going to be an absolute death sentence. Adrian, once he hits level 6, will be able to dodge it with a Rose Offensive, but right now he has nothing! Oh, the big boomerang.
Oh man, exactly. The Chakram coming out to go ahead and secure that kill. And then a rotation over to Batista's taking a lot of damage here. But of course, Tribe is still able to progress forward with their 3 members compared to the 2 of Fable and their wave of minions pushing in their favor as well. If they don't want to take the fight, they don't have to. They should be able to go and get damage and take down this turret with ease. Adrian not arriving in time.
But now, Fable, they're still looking to push up, and Tribe's just going to re-engage.
Oh, Mixi going out to the back line. J-Bar having to back up, but Mixi does go down. Status trying to get some poking, but not going to be... Oh, goes ahead and gets a hero killed before getting stunned by the enemy. One more hit by Samuel, and he is going to be shut down. 1 member of Fable taken out, as 2 members of Tribe were as well.
Yeah, a little bit of... that was Tribe being overconfident when going for that re-engage. They could have just taken the turret and backed out without really any harm being done to them. Instead, they thought they felt like they had the strength to turn around and find the fight. Unfortunately for them, Mixi was a little bit too squishy. Didn't quite have the damage needed to blow up the opponents just yet. But I just want to go back to that engagement. They're going to be able to take down Izzy G here with ease. From Hell's Heart actually connects, and they're going to keep going.
Oh, the stun onto Jamar. He's not going to be able to make it out. The Crystal Sentry trying to come to his aid a little bit with a few swings, but instead Status still pursues the enemy with a little bit of follow-up from Adrian here. Status does go down. E36 and Mixi trying to go ahead in pursuit, but instead, once again, the jungle of the blue side actually coming to rescue a little bit with some of that separation ease.
So beautiful from Hell's Heart to allow Status to get that second kill. Not really a worthwhile kill, but it looks good, and that's what really matters in the end, is making sure that you're playing with style as well. But it's you know, if you just go in and get yourself traded like that, like there's nothing for the team to really pick up off the backs of it. They weren't able to take the sentry. There was no advantage to be gleaned from Status sacrificing himself in order to add another kill to that column. And so hopefully Tribe will rein it back a little bit. They're able to find these kills, but then they go just a little bit too deep, a little too aggressive, and now they're looking for another one here.
Yep, the ultimate was popped by Samuel to send the members of Tribe off to sleep. Is he going ahead and taking damage too? Status over there on the back line. The flare thrown to see exactly where Tribe is going. But where they are going is in the opposite direction of Fable. Fable looking like they do want to be in a bit of pursuit over here. But of course, the Tower of Tribe is still up for them to retreat to. This turret can actually be a nice protective measure unless they want to go ahead and be aggressive. The stun going on over to Jamar. Jamar forced to back off. E36 taking damage as well. Adrian going ahead and using his escape route, but still going to be in pursuit over here. E36 here in a little bit of trouble. But it looks like Mixi is going to be the only one to go down so far.
And Tribe, again, just over-aggression, trying to find kills where they don't need to. They could have just gotten away, but now they're going to be looking for one onto Adrian. This is a big mistake. Status finds one, but just gets traded right back. E36, he's got nowhere to go.
Double kill.
Yeah, one last hit, and that's a double kill for Jamar. Mixi trying to come up and do a little bit of cleanup. But unfortunately, the chakram's not going to be enough to secure anything. Instead, backing off to the lane, hoping to get a little bit clearing of this wave.
I don't understand what it is about this Tribe team. Like the fact that they can go from looking like a dominant force to then just making mistake after mistake after mistake absolutely blows my mind. I don't know what is wrong with them, like what is causing these issues to happen, but they clearly just are not fully on the same page. It seems like they'll be going in far too aggressively when someone should be saying, you know, guys, maybe this isn't a great idea, but here we go again.
Yep, Status once again being aggressive, going ahead and hopping on through the members of Fable fighting back. Sent to sleep, Status though. E36 going ahead. Adrian falling a victim to the enemy team as E36 and Mixi also fall down. Status caught out with the flare. Most likely not going to be making it out of here alive, as we do see the hits of Izzy. Jamar trying to get those hits as well, but can he get somebody out with him? Nope, Status goes down alone, cold, and hungry, with an ace being achieved for Fable.
An ace coming through is going to mean a turret destruction, and just like that, the objectives are going to be evened up. The gold is actually in favor of Fable GG, as again, Tribe they had a very clear-cut lead. They had the advantage, and they have just thrown it all away, and it's just the aggression is baffling for me. There's a bunch of armor now built on the side of Fable, as it is obviously that double weapon composition, but if you don't have a large lead with this double weapon composition, it can be very difficult to make it work. And because Tribe have gifted kills over to Fable multiple times this game, they no longer have that big early lead that they had earlier. They're looking for another fight.
Yep, another fight has been initiated over here as Izzy is taken out this time around. E36 having to back off though, as Jamar and Adrian are going to go ahead and retreat into their jungle. So Tribe does get a kill in this scenario, and it does look like they are going to take the gold miner as their reward. But as you were saying, I don't know if it's kind of a domino effect that they have where, okay, they do really well for a while, and then the second a mistake happens, it kind of seems to quickly veer in that direction. I don't know if it's a keeping head cool in the face of mistakes things, or we see Status is just really wanting to fight when it's not always the right choice to make, but something has to get back under control, because yeah, you can get a kill here or there, but you have to actually make something out of it, and hopefully the gold miner and this positioning in the jungle can help them do that.
Yeah, and that last fight was a perfect example of what they should have been doing all along. They found one kill and then stopped chasing. The rest of the opponents were too far away. They wouldn't have been able to find a kill, so they just back off and take an objective. That's how you play when you have an advantage. You don't need to be diving far too over-aggressively. You don't need to be overreaching, looking for extra kills, looking to try and force an ace when it's not likely to happen. Instead, just get the kills, take the objectives, build your gold lead that way, And with that rotation in to take out the Crystal Sentry as well, that's a great move again. Now they're going to be going up to the lane while they know Catherine isn't there. Nice block from J-Mark.
Yep, a good block there. We do see a nice Mixie sent to sleep. Adrian trying to go ahead and get in pursuit. Flare thrown out to light up that positioning here, as we do see the Drifting Dark hit the mark. Status getting burned down, but all the way on the sideline, Jamar was as well, as we do know the Kraken has awakened, but this fight is still as well. Adrian going down here, and it looks like Mixie is trying to go ahead and push this through. Izzy being the only one to go ahead and protect this turret, but it's not going to be enough. A dive onto Ixie, and the ace has been achieved. Ace empowered minions going ahead and taking down turret number 2.
Turret number 2 falling, and Tribe are going to turn their attention to the Kraken, as it will be Jamar having to take care of those minions, but he can rotate over at this point, and if they don't take this Kraken very quickly, there is a chance that it could be stolen. It's going to be a miracle play from the side of Fable if they can stop this Kraken from going to a Tribe. They're not even going to attempt it. No one even moves into the area. Kraken unleashed for Tribe, and after a extremely shaky mid-game, now as they get towards the late game, they've started to sort of rein things in, found their stride once more, and have this Kraken unleashed, making her way towards the opponent's base. That choke point turret, the last turret remaining in the lane, and the only thing keeping Tribe out of the Fable GG base is they're going to look to push in. If they can find another team fight win, they could end the game right here, right now with this push.
Yeah, but remember, boys and girls, this is a potential elimination game or a series for these teams here, because somebody is going to be leaving at the end of it all. So the Kraken going ahead and taking out this choke point turret, as he does go ahead and pop that
early blast tremor.
Yep, right and early there. The Kraken is still trying to go in pursuit as the members of Tribe stand behind their oh-so-gallant fighter, going ahead and hitting at these turrets, forcing the members of Fable to direct their attention that way. And in response, Tribe is going ahead and rotating over into the jungle to try and clear that up a bit.
Again, very, very happy to see Tribe playing with a little bit more restraint. Instead of going in like a couple minutes ago, I would have fully expected Tribe to go diving in underneath those double turrets with the Kraken and try and find the kills to end the game. Instead, they back out, they take the Crystal Sentry, and now they're trying to set up an ambush here. Oh, this is... we've seen so many teams try and set up this ambush. It very rarely works out, but if anyone comes over to try and take these camps, they are going to get absolutely annihilated. But Fable GG currently not going down this area. They know that there's a high chance of Tribe hiding somewhere in their jungle, and they're just going to stick to the lane for now. Keep flaring out the brushes as they go. Tribe, are they going to look to backdoor this? No, they're going to, okay, they're going to move up now. No scout traps to spot them moving through. They could find an ambush. Here we go. This could be... Okay, everyone's found each other. No one went for the engagement. Everyone just backs off. That was anticlimactic.
Man, I was waiting for something epic there. All that waiting over there in the jungle, you kind of wanted it to turn into something, but it looks like Tribe is going for the safety play right now, trying to go ahead and slow down this minion wave that is pushing towards their turret so that they don't end up losing any of that lane pressure, and can hopefully, they're hoping to make some kind of big play to try and take out the members of Fable and close things out here.
Yeah, if they can find just one more fight that goes their way, they can close this one out. Kraken's going to be respawning right now, getting her way back onto the fold, being an objective that both teams are going to be very wary of. Fable obviously knows if they lose out on a Kraken or a fight around the Kraken, that it is going to be GG for them. The Crystal Sentry, that's going to be eliminated. It is no longer a threat for Tribe to deal with, and now they found Fable. Here we go.
Yep, it looks like Adrian is going to go ahead and slap himself onto Mixie over here, who's slowing the attack, as we do see a fear go on with the ultimate that is popped. with Adrian all the way backing off. We do know that Mixie has went down. Impressive over here. Adrian has gone down as well. Status starting to try and go away, doing a bit of damage, but Jamar and Izzy are in quick pursuit, going ahead and getting that kill. E36 is the only one remaining alive, but there's nothing really to do right now except run away. The stun achieved, the hero goes down, and that is an ace in the favor of Fable, meaning they can go ahead and grab this Kraken with ease.
Izzy G may have just had the silence of his life, and Adrian with the reflex block of his life. The big blast tremor came out at the start of that fight and completely prevented members of Tribe from being able to engage the way that they were hoping to. And then Status got a huge boomerang from Hell's Heart off, but it got blocked at the last second by Jamar, preventing that huge 4-second stun from connecting, and absolutely turned the fight on its head. Excellent job by the members of Fable, as 20 minutes in, they will unleash their own Kraken. Everyone from Tribe is up. They can contend with this. They can help push, fight against the Kraken, and try and keep Fable from getting too much off of this. Status, he's looking like he's in a position to try and look for a fight. The Malice and Verdicts aren't going to find him. They have no idea he's there now. Big stun onto Jamar. Here we go.
Yeah, Jamar getting burned down right over here. Get popped from Baptiste.
Everyone put to sleep.
Oh, man, yeah, sweet dreams for Tribe over there, but now in quick pursuit after that wake up. Izzy falling low, so is Adrian. Nixie going ahead and hopping onto the back line, as we do see an ace going in favor of Tribe, saying, I don't care that you have a Kraken online, because we are cracking into your base right now, taking out these turrets to take out this game.
And Tribe able to find the fight that they needed. That was very nearly blown up. If Status had gotten spotted, and not if he had just been tagged by one of those Malice and Verdict shots that was inches away from hitting him, then Fable would have known what was up. They would have had much quicker reactions, but he took a lot of courage for Status to just stand still in that rush and wait for those Malice and Verdicts to go past, and then engage, catching out Jamar, the immediate kill, and then able to just chase down the 3v2 fight. Tribe, it was not a clean game. It was not a game that they are going to be able to look back on and say that they played exactly the way that they wanted, but it is a victory, and a 2-0 victory at that. Tribe has eliminated Fable GG from the VIS Challengers.
Man, guys, that was an incredible match. A lot of credit needs to go over to Fable GG. They played really well against Tribe as best as they possibly could. And Tribe definitely, had their fair share of mistakes there, but there were some incredible plays. Denominate, I don't know if you saw it near the end of the one fight. It was like the second to the last team fight. We saw Status saves his from Hell's Heart that goes into the fight with it, and it's blocked up so perfectly by Fable. They played very cohesively, won a lot of those fights late game, almost looked to take it. Unfortunately, it seems like within both games, a couple of games we saw tonight, fighting around the Kraken, so very dangerous when you don't have your full team there ready to go. I think I got Day here.
Yep, sorry about that. Fable played really well.
They really did.
That game was pretty back and forth for the most part, especially getting that Kraken towards the end. It looked like they might have had a good push, but like you said, Status, like Bacon said, Status just narrowly avoiding those Malice and Verdicts that came out, and they didn't know where he was at, and that really allowed Tribe to get the jump on the game. I really loved the Samuel pick here out of Jamar, though. The Samuel into the triple melee was just so effective, and we see it reflected in the 11-4. When you go a heavy melee composition into Samuel, you are very susceptible into that really heavy splash damage from those empowered Malice and Verdicts. But E36 did exactly what a Baptiste needed to do here. We see he has the Eve, the Crucible, did go the War Treads and Echo, but we talked about Baptiste really be able to get poked out because he's not particularly tanky. Picked up that second tier 2 shield that really just helped him sustain a lot of that Samuel's damage, and he was able to frontline while that Drifting Dark was down, and then as soon as it was down, we saw Tribe make some clean engages. definitely need to work on their cohesion a little bit, working on playing as a team a little more tightly. You know, we see them in games where they look absolutely amazing, and then we see them in games where we're like, wow, is this the team that we just watched play? And, you know, they have such a high potential. They just have to work on that coordination a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. With that, Tribe does qualify for the playoffs, so the whole picture's starting to come together for these teams as we start to close this out here for the group stages. A very exciting matchup indeed. Fable GG, I think, posing a much stronger threat to these teams than a lot of them expected. I mean, Star Bombers was a massive upset as they were a 7th seed coming into this tournament and then getting knocked out by this team as well. So with that, everybody, we do want to, of course, thank everybody for coming out and watching. We want to thank our casters and analysts. Of course, big congrats La Tigress for her first debut cast here for Vainglory. I'm sure it's a little nervous, seeing, and I'm sure, you know, takes a little bit of time to kind of get fully acclimated with everything here. With that, though, guys, we of course want to thank all you guys for coming out and watching, sticking with us. It is getting pretty late into the night, and we have a lot of exciting matches next week that are in store. We're going to be kicking off playoffs same time, same day as Tuesday and Wednesday at 5 p.m. Pacific. You're not going to miss it, so make sure you follow the VIS League channel right here, right now, and we'll see you guys next week for more action here at the VIS. Till then, guys, we are going to say goodnight from all of us here at the team, here at the desk. You guys stay safe all. Good night.
Only $14.99.
Don't miss the call. Download Band. Communication made easy.